it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Well, hello, everybody. Happy Monday evening. Welcome back to Criminality, or if this is your first time here, welcome to Criminality. I am here with the lovely, beautiful Sleuthy Goosey. Check out her new avatar pic, peeps.
It feels like we have not been here for
So
7
long.
seasons.
7 seasons, yes. The fortnight, yes.
A fortnight.
Yeah, the fortnight.
It probably has been a fortnight. How long is that? A month? A fortnight?
Isn't it 15 days? Maybe I'm wrong.
Oh, is it?
I don't know. Somebody in chat will know. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know why I thought it was a month. That popped into my head immediately.
Brown chicken, bow wow. Brown chicken, brown cow. Okay, so I just gotta get this out of the way before we even get started. I am freaking tired. I just want everybody to know that. So if I'm a little off, it'll happen so I can keep myself awake and entertained here. But I was here earlier today, but it had still been a couple of weeks since I'd been on at all. And then like for you and I together, it's definitely, it's well before the holidays.
Just so you all know, though, we do talk. We just don't come to you. Sorry.
That's what you were gonna say. We talk to each other. We just don't talk to you guys. That's not true either. I try to talk to everybody as much as I can. But okay, so as I'm sure anybody who follows the Delphi case, if you don't, I'll give you a 30-second, not even, recap of where we're at with the whole thing. But we are going to be discussing the Purdue professor, Jeffrey Turco. So, I don't know what they're arguing about.
Probably how long a fortnight is.
Probably how long a fortnight. Mike, how long is a fortnight? Nope, he left.
Well, they said it's 2 weeks. You were right.
I thought it was 15 days. I thought it was like one of those like baker's dozen kind of weird things. Like there was like a fortnight was like an extra day. Maybe I could just be making it up. But anyway.
Well, that would be, wouldn't that be 13? Wait. Yeah, it would be 13, right?
Well, 13 is a baker's dozen because they make a dozen to sell and then they eat one.
You're right.
And so I was thinking a fortnight was like 2 weeks plus a day.
Oh,
but it's really not relevant to like anything except for pure random information in your brain.
Well, now I'll not forget. I'll remember now.
Retain it forever. Yeah, exactly. So the Delphi case. I think anybody who's followed this channel knows the Delphi case. If you are new to the channel, here's your 30-second elevator speech on the Delphi case. 2 girls went out February 13th, 2017 to a bridge to go hiking. It was unseasonably warm. A specific individual was recorded on one of the girls' phones, and that person has been put all over the internet as 1,000 different people. Yet one man, Richard Allen, was convicted November 11th of 2024 of the crimes. I am of the opinion that he is innocent. We continue to go over all the information for the case as it comes out to us, and we have now recently gotten a interview with Jerry Holman, Lieutenant Jerry Holman of the Indiana State Police, where he is interviewing a professor named Jeffrey Turco and about whether the sticks that were found on the girls' bodies were ritualistic in nature.
Also, the reason this is important is because on in September, what was it, the 8th, 13th? When was the Frank's memo?
September 18th.
18th. Okay, so the 18th of September, as of that
2023.
day, 2023, as of that day, the defense had been asking the prosecution, which includes the state police, who the professor was, the Purdue professor that they had consultation with back in 2017 when this happened, and what their name was. And the prosecution's response to that was that, well, basically, this professor told them that the scene had nothing to do with runes or ritualistic anythings. And so they just dropped it back in 2017 because of this professor's opinion. He also, the prosecutor, said that he had spoken with law enforcement, including Jerry Holman, and that he was told that they have no clue who the Purdue professor was and that they would likely never find him or her. He didn't even know if it was a he or a she. Yeah, that he literally told them that they would likely never know who it was. Okay. This interview with the Purdue professor then took place like days later.
The 19th.
And
the 19th.
the next fucking day.
Yeah, it was the 19th. The 19th of September is when.
So
yeah, the next day.
So the next day, the day after the Frank's memo drops, they go and interview this Purdue professor. They must have had a dream and it came to them, the name. But then when they interviewed with him, they said, we've been trying to schedule a interview for like 3 or 4 weeks, right? We've been busy. So basically, right. So basically, when the prosecutor and the police said that they had no clue who this Purdue professor was, that was a lie. And we start the interview off with lies.
Lies. All lies. Well, I mean, the whole case has started with lies. So, I mean, why not some more? So what Sleuthie and I wanted to do with you guys was to go over everything we have with Turco. So individually, we've done each of these during different lives. So we have, and I think I had misstated earlier testimony when I meant deposition. I don't know if I ever corrected that in my earlier live. So anybody who is coming from that, just know like it was. So we have the Turco, the Purdue report
from 2017
that Turco put together from 2017. Then we have now this 20-minute interview with Jerry Holman. And then we have the deposition with Brad and Andy that takes place in 2024.
After this interview that we're going to listen to.
Right. So what we want to do tonight is to go through and compare each piece of information. And let's see if Turco's mind was changed at any point.
It's my opinion. If you want me to give my opinion before we get into it, or we let everybody, well, sometimes I like to hear other people's opinion because I don't want them to think what I'm thinking because I done told them what I'm thinking. But like this whole time, now that I've got the timeline straight in my head about how this occurred, one of my biggest things with Jerry's interview with the Purdue that is a lot to say for me for some reason. What the fuck? The Purdue perfect professor. Turco, the interview with him is that it felt very much like everything that Turco would say was very matter of fact. He was unequivocal about his views on the sticks and things like that, and that they're most definitely this, but they could mean any number of things, but they are this. It's just interpreting it. It's like being like, oh, I am reading this and I know that it's Spanish. I just have no clue what it says, but I recognize a couple Spanish words. I know this is Spanish, but I don't know exactly what it says. That's what he was saying with these runes. They are runes.
Jerry
I just don't know exactly what they
German.
say.
It's not Spanish, but it's German.
Well, much of what Jerry says is, well, I'm not the expert, but I was told blah, 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 blah. And he basically was trying to like talk Turco out of the opinions that he was given and make him second guess what he was saying, like telling him that other people were telling him this to kind of fake this disagreement over the fact they might be runes, when here Jerry's the only one that thought they weren't. Like all the other professionals thought that they were.
But Jerry
And
still calls them runes.
he does, just like he still calls it an F on the tree.
He still does, yes.
Right.
Even though he says
So,
it's absolutely not an F, but he still
right.
calls it the F tree.
Right. So when I think about it, after this interview happens and the space and time between this interview and the deposition, then I kind of it comes into focus for me why maybe I felt in this deposition he got a little wishy-washy about some of the things. He was much more wishy-washy than he was in this interview, and I can't help but think it has something to do with this interview and anything that occurred after that.
And the fact that his favorite person in the whole world is related to Jerry Holman.
Right. Right.
So,
And there
for
was
who
some.
hasn't listened to it yet, we will be listening to it. So, like I said, we wanted to go through timeline wise what we're actually looking at. And you know what I
Some
didn't
people
look?
apparently haven't heard this.
Okay, that's good. That'll be
Yeah.
interesting too then. So,
Okay, wait, because you're going to go off on it and then I'm going to forget. But I want to tell people, because she just said that it's his favorite person in the world or whatever. I don't see the purpose in having redacted anybody's name out of this interview. I think it's just like meaningless to me to have done that. And I'm not going to mess with the record as it is. It's not like it's like we're talking about a witness that no one knows about, and it's mentioned in there that they gave some information on a potential killing or something, and that's sensitive information that needs to be redacted, or a social security number. It's just a random, hey, I know this person. Oh, how do you know her? Oh, she works downstairs. Oh, she's my second cousin. So I'll just throw it out there that this person that they discuss at the end is Jerry Holman's second cousin, which could be someone that he sees one time a year or only at funerals and weddings. Please
or
leave the woman alone. Just because Jerry Holman is a piece of shit doesn't mean that this lady's a piece of shit. Just leave her alone. Pretend you didn't even hear it. She's just a random missile that got thrown at the end to break up the seriousness of what they're talking about, and that's it. It's not that big a deal. But Teresa wasn't going to like cut off any of the audio, and I didn't want her to anyway. So
if it
it's
was like the
there.
lady's private information, I would have. Like, I'm not going to give out her address and phone number if I have a choice. But here's the thing: is I like
Exactly,
you know
Chelsea.
I know like Andy put it out. Well, Andy is actually like is a journalist like by nature. That's her thing. I am not. I am a YouTube creator. I am I have fought tooth and nail for at least minimum the last 3 years to get full transparency in this fucking case.
Right.
And if you don't put it out, it's almost kind of like now everybody's questioning who is it. But I mean,
Right.
but like I know her, and I know her journalist like personality is
Right.
like, get rid of any information that doesn't pertain to it.
Right.
But from somebody who's been, following this case now for so long, it almost just, because of the lack of transparency, things like that can create more issues.
100%. Just like people were commenting on your video saying there sounds like a jump somewhere. And you're
Right.
like, that's just how it was. And like, I'm here to tell
I
you
didn't
that's
touch
all it
it.
was with mine too. Like, that's what it is. But so if we would have cut off the end and it wasn't like exactly where Andy cut it off or something like that, it just would have been like, well, how come we can't hear, what does it say? What? So it just was
I just want to
just
give it
not,
to you the way it's given to me. Unless it's like I
yeah.
said, unless it's somebody's private information, I'm all for like redacted, like their address or their phone number.
Yeah,
But
we read depositions that wasn't redacted. Like there was less complaints about that.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, like, we have, because we don't always have the time to go through every single document before it is put out. There's
Teresa basically never does till we're reading them.
No, I like to just read it.
Right.
So, it makes it tough, but, like I said, I do the best I can. That's all I can do. I just want as much transparency as possible. I don't fault anybody for taking it out. I don't want to be faulted for leaving it in, because I just don't think it's that big of a deal.
Yeah, like Chelsea said, she's just a front desk lady doing her fucking job, man. Just let her do her job.
This lady.
There's unfortunately a lot of people that are related to Jerry Holman. Like it doesn't mean that, that they're in on it. Like he's,
They're all related to each other. So
right.
if you have been somebody who's followed this case forever, you had to have been down so many rabbit holes based upon the connections between so many people. And it's like,
incestuous.
yes, you get to the point you're like, okay, is this even important? Is it relevant? Is it something to try to remember? Is it something that I should just let go of? Because they all know each other. They're all
Like the
connected
Lieberts.
and they're all fucking related somehow.
Like the Lieberts.
Like the Lieberts,
So
related to Toby.
Liebert, Teresa Liebert saw some crackhead looking motherfucker out in the middle in the morning in the middle of the street, ducking in back into the woods someplace when they see him, some kind of scraggly looking like
Except our
raccoon or something. And she is related to Tobe, who's like Teresa's. He's a big suspect of Teresa. And you all know Tobe has made an appearance here on this channel. And so like it is just very incestuous. Ew, I can like still like
you can feel it.
I think yeah. And all the Sharpie I was huffing trying to turn that thing from blonde to I was like, nah. So now like if it goes on sale, I'll be getting a black one just in case for the future we might need it.
Oh God, it's a possibility. It's always a possibility. Don't get me started on Tobe. Tobe and the toe. Tobe and the toe. Okay, hold on real quick. So before we get started in this, I want to say 21 months for oh for fuck's sake. I am so happy that you are not blocked. Number one, because it, months ago or a month ago or whatever it was, somebody had accidentally hit you, and we fought like tooth and nail the rest of the night trying to figure out if you were actually blocked or not. So 21 months, thank you, oh for fuck's sake, and also gifting 5 criminality memberships.
Oh my God.
Welcome
How
to the
generous. Congratulations.
Here's your participation award.
This is your thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you. And then we've got Carla, who has been with us for 10 months. I mean, it's crazy.
Wow, that's a long time.
It's a long time. So thank you guys. And then hello to everybody in chat that I did not get a chance to say personally hello to. Amanda's like, what? 2 months? Bring it.
No, the kiss is forbidden.
Oh, do I have it in here though? I didn't do it. I don't have
Please
it in here.
It's forbidden. Don't do it. I don't believe you.
I don't even have it in here. You know
You're
what?
a liar. You have everything. Stop it, Teresa.
I need
Stop
to
looking for it.
I need to put Doug in here where he's crawling on hot sharks.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh shit! Do I have it in here?
Teresa.
Do I have it? I have to have it, right? I would have saved.
Jessica, you're gonna have to go, Judgy, to Twitter and find it on your own because we're not playing it here.
JJ, I will find it for you. Hold on. What's up, dude?
I learned a new move.
You learned a new move on the scooter?
Yeah.
Okay, what is it?
Dip.
A dip?
Yeah.
Nice, fancy.
Nice.
When I dip, you dip, we dip.
He has no idea what that is, I'm sure.
No, he doesn't know. He's all, huh?
It was really cool.
Good job, dude. Did Daddy record it?
No.
Oh.
He's on his bike.
Oh, yeah, you can't record that. No crash.
He needs
right,
like
Have fun.
Okay.
GoPro or something.
Yeah, we need to get you a GoPro when you're out there in the world. He'd like
we
that.
might be able to find one that falls off a truck somewhere and send it out. Except I'm gonna send it with like no card. It's just gonna have like a handwritten no name and no return address.
Oops.
Found this off the back of a truck.
He got an electric scooter from Santa.
Oh, fancy.
Yeah. So he's out riding it, doing dips. Okay. Sorry, let me share my screen with you. I think we've covered everything we need to cover prior to going into this.
DB.
I know. Somewhere else so we can exactly. Duh.
I'll tell you what, I felt like the best mom in the world. Well, okay, so 2 things. So I'll tell you while you're pulling this up. One thing, my kid comes over to me and he says, did you know randomly, right? So he got the Alexa and he's been obsessed with like asking it questions. Like, oh my God, he's gonna drive her fucking insane, man.
Awesome.
And he goes, and he says, did you know that holding in you can't hold in your farts all day, okay? Because And I said,
What?
this is just totally random. You know, you can't. I'm thinking, okay. I was like, yeah, you can't. I said, because that air in your belly, like it needs to come out or it's going to get painful. You know what I mean? And he's like, he's like, yeah. And I said, what did you like? Have you been farting a bunch since you got home? And he goes, he goes, he barely choked it out as he's saying, oh, I farted all day at school. Like,
Oh my
he's like such a stupid ass boy. I said, that is
such a
disgusting,
boy.
Ryan.
Such a
I
boy.
said, stop. He's like, nobody could smell it though. And he's laughing. Like he looked like the Grinch. When I tell you, when he said that to me, his like eyebrows, he like furrowed his eyebrows and like but raised the ends of them. And he looked so like cutely evil. Like I'm like, your teacher probably can't wait to get the fuck out of there. She's
Like,
getting
oh
ready to
my
have a
God,
baby.
just go. We're going home early. You're out of here. We're not doing this anymore.
She's having a baby, so she's like leaving soon. So now I gotta like rush out and I'm gonna get her
Man,
like a
you totally gassed her.
well, I wanted to get something like a onesie or something. Well, then of course I go on Amazon and I see like the first 5 things. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like sending my mom pictures of screenshots of like all these little baby boy clothes and stuff. And she's like, Nicole, stop it. Stop
Yeah,
it.
yeah. You don't want to do it.
I'm like, you need to win the lottery so I can have me like 50 of them just around like
Just
little puppies like in the floor and just like I'll have a whole farm of children if
think
she
it's
just would win the
illegal.
lottery.
I think it's illegal just to leave them all on the floor. I don't think you're allowed to do that. Well, I'm trying to find this picture.
It's a trap.
There it is.
No, Laura, you can't do it. You can't do that. Nobody can. You can't. It will the pain that can come from gas pains. That's why like when you have surgery, it's like if you have stomach surgery, that's why they like don't let you leave or do anything until you've like
This is why
gone to the bathroom.
she has all these babies on the floor. That's why when she gets mad, she can just kick one.
Bro, I would have like a whole pen full of children, little babies.
All right, hold on. I found it. So let me get it real
You
quick.
think you're too old, Lacey? I don't know. I thought when I got that IUD, y'all remember when I got the IUD, right?
Oh,
Because
yeah.
I was here that day, like still high on the medicine. And I said, I was like, I figure by the time this is ready to come out, which I think is like 8 years maybe, I'm like, by then I like won't be able to have kids. So this should be like a one and done. Like you put it in there and then once it comes out, like then I'll be safe and I don't have to keep messing around. And she's like 8 years? You're gonna be like how old will I be in 8 years? I was 35 when I had it in, but I'm 36 now, but 44, right? So I'm like, I'm not gonna be able to have babies. She's like,
Kid?
she's like, you can have babies at 44. I was like, you gotta be
Yeah.
fucking kidding me.
You can absolutely have babies at 44.
See, Lacey said I turned 45 last month. That's a wrap. Nope, not according to the gynecologist.
No, it's not a wrap. All right, hold on. Let's get out of the gynecologist's office.
You have to say this like a Ed Gein.
Why can't I load it? Damn it.
What a Jezebel.
I'll just move it
What
over
a
here.
what a Jezebel. Is that how he says it? Mother.
Mother. My little one says that. Mother. Okay, we're StreamYard. Okay, hold on.
The men that I see on like TikTok and stuff that are just walking around. Oh, okay, I can deal with this.
Yeah, it wasn't bad.
Leave the other one.
I'm not going to do the kiss. Yeah, there you go. That's Doug with Jerry Holman watching.
Oh, it doesn't move.
No, it's not a video. It's just a picture.
This is good. This should have been a thumbnail on somebody's videos or something. If we send this to Doug Carter, do you think that he will think that this is like some type of threat? I mean, he is the one that said it.
Oh yeah, this would totally be a threat. And Jerry Holman would think this is a threat on him also. I hate the kiss. Laura says, I hate the kiss.
Yeah, I hate it too. It makes me sick.
We'll find the kiss later. Let's get to Turco. All right, Mr. Turco. So here is the Turco report. So like I said, this is not necessarily new information. We have gone over all of these things. We're just trying to compare and contrast what Mr. Turco,
This is the
Mr.
report in 2017, right?
Yes. So this is from 2017, where he was talking to FBI Nicole Robertson and Sergeant Buckley. So they had talked to him, and then he creates this report of what he thinks the images he received actually mean, or what they could be interpreted as. So this is back in 2017, before Holman gets his claws into him.
If you want to share reading responsibility,
Yeah, go ahead.
that's probably big enough I can see. If you could go in one more time, that would be better. Does it all fit?
It does. Well, look
Okay.
at that.
All right.
All right.
So do you want me to start?
Yeah, hell yeah, I do. I'm tired.
Okay. So this is the summary. Turco's summary from 2017 says it is not self-evident that these markings are runic inscriptions, nor is it immediately clear what they would mean if they were. However, the argument that these markings constitute an inscription inspired by Norse runes or modern recreations thereof is quite plausible. The following are conjectures based on the working assumption that these lines do in fact constitute a runic or runically inspired inscription. Runes are primarily phonetic characters like the letters of the English alphabet. Only in early or again in modern, for example, neo-pagan, heathen, New Age sources, do they have esoteric meaning as signs or symbols. These meanings, always speculative, can vary widely in popular reception, though there seems to be some general consensus as to positive and negative connotations of various magic symbols. All runic characters were originally angular because of the exigencies. Yeah, we're going to go with that. Of
I'm good with
carving
it.
in wood or stone. There are historically no curved letters, although these are encountered in more contemporary scripts/fonts. Runic inscriptions are most commonly read left to right, but can also be read right to left. Characters may appear inverted, upside down, or reversed, mirror image. However, characters typically follow a consistent pattern, for example, all inverted or not, within a given inscription. The figures in this image, assuming their order is not simply arbitrary, are most likely to be read left to right, standard order. This order is suggested by the standard, not reversed, right-facing Thurs or Thorn rune in red in the image discussed below. Can we show them that real quick? Red. Is it just that one, or is it
Yeah.
the other line too?
No.
Is the other
Maybe.
line red? I can't even tell.
Yeah, I think it is.
Okay.
I think it is red.
Or is it the next red one? Or are they both the same?
I
Oh,
think
it's the same.
that's the same.
Yeah, I think it's red.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So that one.
Okay. Oh, you're up too high. We didn't get that far, Teresa. Shit.
No, I don't know where I'm going.
All right. If this is a runically inspired inscription, it may well be a mishmash of various runic alphabets used in different times and different places. Oh God.
Oh my God, dude. He hangs out with fucking Elvis Fields. There are different times and there are different places. This is so
There's different days and different
touched that
times,
before.
different fortnights.
There's different fortnights. Some
For
bakers
example, for example, not historically accurate, unsurprisingly, but more suggestive of a popular source or sources. Runes have different names and sometimes varying phonetic values depending on place and time of use. I have been inclusive rather than exclusive below. The lines in these images do not in any obvious way spell a word, but appear more likely to be independent symbols or possibly an acronym.
So this whole Nordic paganism, Odinism, whatever you want to call it, obviously these people absolutely believe in different times and different places.
Right.
Like,
and also
part of the
like right, exactly. And he even says like more modern stuff. So like they're not going back to like hell, I don't know, the 18, well, I don't know, whatever the oldest Futhark, I don't know much about all this stuff, but they're not going back to like ancient times. They're saying
No.
that this looks more representative of like the more modern stuff, the shit that they've been studying, like,
Right.
let's say the last 100 years, not 3,000 years ago.
Right. They're not that educated. They're just looking at stuff that they see online now.
So he leaves an open question. Is this a signature, a declaration, or just someone's idea of powerful symbols? Yes,
Why
this
is
is
that?
Turco's.
They're the only questions he has. That's the open question. Not, is this nothing? Is this tree branches falling from the sky?
Random.
Right. Is this random? Like, that's not one of his questions. He's very clear. Is this a signature, a declaration, or what somebody's idea of powerful symbols is?
Yes, Bree, it's the report from 2017. So the preliminary conclusions.
I love that
With
she rolled eyes about her husband.
what? Oh, yeah.
My husband was talking to me with an eye roll emoji, like, fucking God, he's talking to me.
You're busy.
That's how I feel all the time.
With the premise that this is an inscription, it is possible to discern 3 characters on the left, middle, and right side of the image. A colleague and I independently reached the same conclusion regarding the right red figure. So that's the one we already looked at. In the left black figure, the central figure is more ambiguous, but after discussion,
Hold on. Sorry. I got ahead of myself.
discussion agreement was reached on the 4 conjectures offered below on page 3.
Okay, so the black figure.
Yeah, we need to see what he said the black one might be.
It's just this, and this.
Yeah, the asterisk or whatever.
Yeah, that's just the
Yep.
same on both. Yeah, okay.
So let's see what he says that is. Oh, here. Okay, left side. Oh, it says open all hyperlinks for images. Does that work for us or no?
No.
Okay. Left side, black figure is Hagal or Haglaz. I don't know. Phonetic value H. The middle blue figure, possibility 1. Is that blue or green?
This one's blue up here.
Okay,
So this is
so that one
blue is this thing right here. This
looks
Z
like a
look.
Z.
Yeah.
Oh, there is a green figure.
Yeah, green
Wait.
is down here in the second.
Oh, okay, I see.
So blue and then green. So
Gotcha.
whether you're counting this right here.
Right, gotcha. All right, so if you're going with the blue one, go down.
Mm-hmm.
Then the possibility 1 is a wolf's angel, a symbol, not a rune, no phonetic value. So that means that they were considering other symbols that aren't runes,
Right.
rather than it being like nothing. They're like, if it's not a rune, it might be this symbol here.
Could be
Or
something with
possibility 2 for the blue figure is runic, Elwaz,
yeah.
Eo, U tree, phonetic value E.
Or
The
I.
middle, E or I. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so
For some reason, they like got smaller looking.
Yeah, you can have HIHE.
Okay. And then the green figure, possibility, runic upside down, Laguz, phonetic value L, or runic, why is this so hard? Tar. That's how we say tar. Upside down with 1 twig missing, phonetic value T.
So HELHET, HILHIT. And then you go to the red.
Red side or right side, red figure, Thurs/Thorn, old Icelandic something, Germanic something, unvoiced TH, like think or Thursday. I think we already looked at that one.
Yeah.
Oh, and it says, the footnote says, in some runic alphabets available online, this asterisk-like rune could alternately represent Old English / Anglo-Saxon Your?
IOR, like IOR, like save your, like, yeah,
Oh, okay, yeah. Or Jaren. This possibility seems remote, so he thinks that's less
less like,
likely. And that figure, that one. So, for anybody that doesn't know, the figure on the left here with the blue ones, that was the one that was on Abby,
mm-hmm,
and the one on the right is what was done on top of Libby
mm-hmm.
with sticks or tree branches. One of them looked like a fucking tree branch.
This one right here.
Um,
This one is like a giant. This one
it was
is.
enormous.
I don't even think this actually represents it correctly, to be honest with you.
Right.
It's more. This is huge. It's like, yeah, it's like
Enormous.
not even just the branch. It's like the tree,
It looks like a tree that like
like the trunk.
fell in the road. Like, yeah, it's a bigger tree, not a stick. We call them sticks, but it's much bigger than a stick. Yes,
So
that's what they gave him. They gave him a diagram like that,
they
not the
did not give
pictures.
him. Yeah, they did not give him any crime scene photos. Hi, Dom. I hope you had a good holiday. It's good to see you. Hi, Charles is here. Look at you guys. Okay, so here we are. Okay, so the figure in red.
The figure in red, called Thurias or Thurs in Old Norse, thorn in Old English, shaped like a pointy P, is the most self-evidently runic character of the three. The sound is like the unvoiced in theater, not like the voiced in that. So it's not th, in case you didn't know. All right. This relatively clear character provides the strongest evidence for the hypothesis that these figures were intended as some manner of runic inscription. Mhm. Why the fuck doesn't it self-level? How rude.
So irritating. I know.
All right, 4 conjectures from most likely to least likely. The most likely is Hagal. So the H on the left, the middle is the wolf's angel, and the right is the Thurs or thorn one.
Yeah, I don't know why that would be the most likely, but okay.
Then the second most likely is the H. That was E or I, right? Yeah, E or I in the middle. And on the right, the TH again.
Mm-hmm.
The next one is the H on the left, an L upside down in the middle, and the TH on the end. So it seems like for every single one of these, the one on the left appears to be in every single example the H,
Right.
and the one on the right is the TH in every
Right.
single one. It looks like just the
Right.
middle one is the only one that we're,
This right here. This is where
yeah.
he had some differences of opinion, right, on this one and this one, but they agreed on this whole thing, and they agree on the big part that was on Libby.
Yeah.
So it really kind of depends on if you take just this piece
The
or if you're
center.
taking this whole piece.
Oh, like the top
Yeah.
horizontal one. Yeah. Keep going.
Oh shit. Sorry.
And the last one is the H on the left. The tire or T, it says one twig would be missing, but this is not uncommon in the middle. And then once again, now see this one, these say that the Thurs or thorn could be H, T, or TH.
See, I feel like these would be the most probable if you're trying to spell something.
But maybe you're not. And also, I think I've always said this, that I think the biggest issue with trying to determine what the fuck this stupid shit says is that they're bind runes. They're not one
Right.
independent symbol of each other. I think that they're multiple, like on top of each other to
Right.
make something like, I don't know, Gibo and Issa. Know what I mean?
Literally what he was trying to make. Yeah.
Correct. What does NB mean?
No idea.
Okay, number one. Oh,
I was going down to see if he had like anything down here that showed me what it meant.
Number 1 seems the most likely, simplest explanation, though number 2, only somewhat less so. Number 3 and number 4 seem less likely, but are included here for the sake of completeness. So now this gets into basically the runes, rather than meaning like a letter, meaning a meaning, like them having a meaning rather than standing for a letter.
Right.
So that H1 on the left side, it says it may be inspired by the so-called Armanen runes
Yeah.
of the 19th century Germanic spiritualist Guido von List. List is associated with the prehistory of Nazi occultism. Oh, and his books have a following in neo-Nazi circles. Cool. Von List and his followers
Cool.
considered this the mother of runes.
Mm.
The name means hail, like the precipitation, not as in sig hail. And the symbol appears to be associated with destruction, since hail destroys crops, etc., and even hate in popular sources online. Odd.
Okay. Interesting.
Then he tells us that Wikipedia says that H rune was widely used in the SS for its symbolic representation of unshakable faith in Nazi philosophy. As Himmler put it, it was used in SS weddings as well as on the SS something, which is death's head ring worn by members of the SS. It is roughly similar to the, looks like an asterisk to me, or
Sure
that H rune of the younger Futhark, which stood for hail, but it was modified by von List for his Amen runes. List considered it to be the mother rune of his runic alphabet. And what the fuck, man?
And
We know you're smart, Turco. We get it, dude.
envisaged. I have no idea.
Envisaged. That sounds like a dirty
I would have
massage.
envisioned it. I don't know. I don't know. Envisaged.
It as a representation of a hexagonal crystal. Nota bene.
Not the best.
All right. So Wolf's Angel. Same Mav. So Wolf's Angel in the middle.
All we need to know is, does he say the same thing repeatedly? Does he change his story? So like we're gonna absorb it the best we can. There's people who absolutely understand all of this. I am not one of them. I don't know how. I don't know why. I don't know. None of this makes a ton of sense to me. Like why
there's
anybody would go
there's
this
some
far?
mistakes in his writing too. So
Yeah.
So he said Wolf's
Envisage is contemplate or conceive of as a possibility or a desirable future event. Thank you, Google.
Okay.
Imagine or contemplate. Look, they're all helping us.
So they imagine or contemplate it as a representation of a hexagonal crystal. So now we got to fucking Google what a hexagonal crystal is too, to make it make sense.
Maybe it has something to do with what they worshipped or what they found to be valuable.
Okay. So the Wolf's Angel, Wolf's Hook, or Doppelganger.
Doppelhaken.
Doppelhaken. Sounds like a town in New Jersey.
Where are you from Doppelhaken? I need a footnote for all the words.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Not a rune per se, but an old German heraldic symbol used by the Nazis.
Oh, Bailey, you can ask whatever you want to ask. I'm reading over here, so if I don't answer you, hopefully somebody in chat is hooking up an answer for you. Did anyone investigate the Odin guards and their connections to Delphi? As in like us, social media sleuths, or as in the investigative team that investigated the crime? Because I think you know the answer to that one, Bailey. They're all from Doppelhaken.
I nearly choked on my mint matchmaker. What the fuck is that?
Oh my god, now I gotta Google what a mint matchmaker is.
Oh God, this Googling cycle will never end.
Cecil. Oh God. It's a
Erica was
doppelhaken.
all over Doppelhaken.
No, I think she was all over investigating whether these guards actually had anything to do with that or had any connections to Delphi themselves.
Oh, sure.
We looked at a couple of them, like when that very first came out. Sleuthy had found like a lot of interesting pics of one of them doing.
Oh, let me tell you, these freaks tried to get rid of shit. Listen,
Tell them real quick. I'm gonna use the restroom.
wait, are we talking about the one with the mask
Yeah, and the one that dressed up for the
and the kilt and stuff?
yeah, like you go out and you reenact the things. So you know what I'm talking about, like
Yeah.
cosplay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll be right back.
Okay. So two things. It was Randy Jones actually. Yeah, face tat, old face tat. For anybody that doesn't know who face tat is, the guards that were guarding Richard Allen all the time while he was eating feces and randomly yelling that he did it and started World War III. They were caught and called out about wearing patches on their uniforms, their prison issued uniforms that said, I think it said, I love Odin. I can't even remember at this point. It was like, I love Odin. And then another one said, I hate people. So they were wearing these patches. Anyway, long story short, they got called out for it and the warden told them to stop wearing them. So they did. And so then Randy Jones decided to go get Odin's spear tattooed to his face, like on his cheek, visible for the whole world to see, because he's a little bitch that had to take the patch off. So he was like, fuck it, I'm going to put a whole ass tattoo on my face of Odin's spear. So that was him. And then so anyway, so Randy Jones, same one, face tat. When we found out their names initially, I like went and obviously found everything that they had, and I like screen recorded his Facebook and his TikTok and all that because I figured things would start to disappear. This freak had, well, like Teresa said, they had the one where they like there were videos of them where he's like wearing a kilt, and it was not a Renaissance fair because I've been to the Renaissance fair. It was like more serious than that. And he like would dress up and the shoes with the all these things. But anyway, the thing that really disturbed me was he had this girlfriend, don't remember her name. But on TikTok, I like clicked on one of these things and she's like laying on the bed. I literally thought that I was not seeing like what I was seeing. Like I was like, maybe it's just me in my brain. Like I sent it to a couple of people. I was like, am I seeing what I'm actually thinking I'm seeing? She's laying on the bed with like the camera, she's on her belly with the camera like out in front of her. And he is standing on the other side of the bed with one of the screen masks on. Yes, Judgy, they were doing it. And they like recorded it and put it on TikTok.
And Sleepy was appalled.
I was like, I'm no prude, but like that is a child's app. Like, what are you doing? Yes. Yes, he was. Oh, yes, he was. And I've got the proof. I also got the video because his dumbass posted the video of him getting the tattoo on his face. So we know like when it happened. So that was how we were able to figure out that it wasn't till after he was told to get that patch, a stupid patch off of his uniform, that he then went and got this face tattoo. Mm-hmm.
And was like, yeah, go ahead and tell me to remove that now.
Mm-hmm.
Not with the screen mask. Yeah, now
with the screen mask, dude.
Every time you see Ghostface, you're gonna know. Do not give that to T.
I'm pretty sure I did send it to her.
It actually. I'm gonna have to just sit down one of these days and just upload a whole bunch of fun stuff for you guys. That's how you worship Odin. You fucking a screen mask.
I just was like, I'm pretty sure it's like free to start in OnlyFans. Like if that's what you wanted to do, like I don't know. There's a time and a place, people. Obviously, he doesn't know what that is because, well,
TikTok is not it. Go over to Doppelhaken. I'm sure they'll allow that kind of craziness in that town.
He's like the mayor of Doppelhaken.
Double. I'll wear ghost face. Okay, where are we at? Did we do this one already? The Wolf's Angel? We did that one, right? Yeah, because we got
Yeah, let me
Doppel.
read. Yeah. Oh, God. More.
Oh, yeah.
So the Wolf's Angel, Wolf Hook. I didn't know wolves had hooks.
He did. He did a TikTok OnlyFans. Classic overthinker. What was
So
the
he posted
caption?
it. He posted it on the. Oh, fuck. I don't know. I will absolutely go look, though. I mean, not right now because we're reading, but I mean, I've got the proof. I got the goods, man. I won't post it because I don't want like, who
I'm
knows what
totally
Elon,
gonna
he's
post it.
testy these days. So,
I'm totally gonna post it.
okay, Skin Row, but did you film it and post it on your TikTok?
Were you in Doppelhaken? Because apparently that's a thing. Fucked in a scream mask. I was unaware of Odin or any other northern god at the time.
Like I said, I don't care.
I don't even know if, like, is that considered TMI, or is that like now like all the women are gonna be like, fuck Skin Row?
Probably, but again,
Fuck.
I don't care. I'm not judging. Listen, if
No,
that's like
I
the
like it.
the freakiest like thing that I mean, like let's be so for real. Like okay, but like you don't post it on TikTok. Like that's just weird. You're weird. You're a weirdo. Like who were you intending to see that? You only got to be like what 12 to be on TikTok.
Skin Row, did you record it?
Again, no judgment from me if you did,
No,
but I will
no,
judge
not
you
at
if
all.
you've
I
posted
mean,
it on
I
TikTok.
will probably judge you if you didn't actually, because I mean, what's the point?
If there's no video, then like it didn't
Why
happen.
even wear
So.
it? There's no fun, right? Somebody needed to get him a fucking mask.
Surely someone can put a mask on this thing. I'll leave it there for a second so somebody can put a scream mask on it.
Put a mask on him. Oh,
Okay.
shit. Okay. Oh my God, no. Does he have kids? Oh God,
No.
does he? Have
No, I
I have
don't
no
know. I don't
idea.
think so.
That I don't. I didn't go that far. I don't know. I was like, I don't know if anybody went that far.
The impression I got was he was like a lonely tool who like worked out to try to be like this big meathead, got a girlfriend. He reminds me of like one of those guys that like is big and looks like masculine and like treats other men like shit, but like is a huge pussy when it comes to like will like kiss your feet and like do every single thing you ask
He's a bitch.
and like you have to text them all day or they're like, did I hurt your feeling? Like, did I do something wrong? Tell me. That's what he looks like to me.
Ugh.
Okay. Criminal Network. We have had so many discussions about this. If there was anything to hold, we'd be able to see a little something. There's nothing
no.
there.
And you know he's got
Nothing.
tiny hands.
Zero. There's nothing there. Okay.
I'm
Anyway, the
going,
wolf's
I'm
hook,
going through
wolf
our
hook
messenger right now.
was used as a heraldic symbol alluding to a wolf trap and is still found on the municipal arms of a number of German towns and cities. It was adopted by a 15th century peasants' uprising, thus acquiring its association with liberty and independence. The Nazi Party adopted the symbol during its early years, and it was subsequently widely used by the SS, including by units such as the 2nd SS Division. That's rich. A variant of the Wolf's Angel was used by the Weir Alphabetical, the paramilitary wing.
She's a stroke. She's just saying random shit.
After Aberdeen.
That's not funny. I don't want Lucy to have a stroke. That's not funny. But that's what it sounds like.
A variant of the Wolf's Angel was used by the, I already said that, the paramilitary wing of the National Socialist Movement in the Netherlands and the 34th SS Volunteer Grenadier Division Landstorm Nederland, which was raised from Dutch Nazis. Note, the Wolf's Angel bears a strong resemblance to the SS Upfer rune, sacrifice rune, intended is self-sacrifice, for example, for the fatherland, not the sacrificing of others, as well as elf, Eve. I can't say it's rune, zeal. The user of the Upfer rune Opfer rune, which was like the is that an L or an I? I cannot see.
I'm glad that you're reading.
Is it L for Ife?
What's doing? Eve?
Ife?
Eve?
Ife rune?
Like queef, but Eve.
Ife?
We're never gonna make it through this ever.
Oh God. It's a rotated version of the something or Ewaz rune preceding the Nazis, as it was first adopted after 1918 by the Stalheim War veterans movement that eventually merged with the Nazi Schlummersammer. The symbol. Stop it! I'm being serious. The symbol was adopted by the Nazis after 1923 to commemorate the party members who died in Hitler's failed beer hall putsch. Thurs/thorn, right, giant or monster more generally, loosely associated with the Norse god Thor. To my knowledge, the Thurs/thorn rune was not used by the Nazi SS. Well, at least there's one. This is a rune for dummies rune. This is a rune for dummies rune. If someone wanted to make an inscription, if someone wanted to make an inscription look runic, this is the character they might well use.
Okay.
Conclusion.
Rune for dummies.
This is finally the conclusion. While there is overlap between some neo-pagan and some neo-Nazi groups, a wolf's angel symbol would point to a Nazi connection sooner than a Norse pagan one. If the first figure is a Hagal rune and the second a wolf's angel symbol, the conjunction of these two figures would tend to support the Nazi hypothesis. Since a wolf's angel is not part of any runic, or as far as I know, neo-pagan magic alphabet, but a Nazi symbol per se.
Okay, interesting.
He linked the White Power blog. General conclusion, of course, this remains speculative, but the series Hagalaz, Wolf's Angel, Thurs is the simplest theory. Thus, there it is. Scroll down. The possibility that the middle character represents the Germanic rune Yow or an SS or an SS Opfer self-sacrifice or Eve rune, however, should not be overlooked. Fucking scroll down.
I can't scroll.
Stop. Oh, we're at the guesswork portion of the evening, a free and highly speculative guess at what these signs might have meant to someone who encountered them in popular sources might produce something like this. Hagal, destructive/hate. Wolf's Angel, liberty/independence. Thurs, monster giant Thor. Or Hagal, destructive/hate. Ewaz, Opfer, self-sacrifice. And Thurs, monster/giant/Thor. As to what any of this might mean, I would be hesitant to hazard a guess in the absence of further context clues. Tree lift transparent. What?
Okay, so this has got to be.
Oh, is this the F tree? No, he said they didn't show. In that interview, he says he did not see the F tree. So we're going to read this anyway.
I was like, is this actually the F tree?
No guesses here. Well, wait.
Hold on, I just wanted to see.
No, the rest is appendices. Appendices.
Appendici?
Is it? Or is it appendices?
No, it's probably appendices. I have no idea. I'm just making shit up because that's what I felt like we were doing in this whole report. So,
DB, is it appendices or appendici? Okay. No guesses here except that it looks vaguely intentional and reminds me of Paleolithic paintings of horses. Odin's horse, Sleipnir has 8 legs, etc. And also vaguely these, can't see. NB, if Norse inspiration is suspected, the type of tree on which this was found could be significant, as certain trees were considered sacred to certain gods, oak and yew in particular. Yeah, I'm pretty sure in this interview with the fatty that asks him if he saw the F tree, and he says no. So,
But we know that he did, because if you remember when Barbara McDonald is on court TV and she's got the Purdue report, that's where the weird dotted F thing comes in, because that's all they showed him was that tree lift. That's the lift that they like put it over it, and that's what came up and was left on their imagery. So,
right.
I mean, that's part of the Purdue report. So he had to have seen it. Yeah, he's seen
This
the dot.
report was supposedly in 2017.
Okay, there's nothing else in here? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm pretty sure it's just all. Did DB answer me? Is it appendix? He probably left us.
He's probably like, fuck this. You guys are weird. Yeah.
He's judging me because I can't pronounce the words. That's rude. All right.
Okay, so that's 2017. This is what Turco turns over to Sergeant Buckley and FBI agent Nicole Robertson. So,
and I only did that. I only did that just so you know, because you raw dogged the entire appellate brief.
I fucking did, dude. That was crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that everybody was going to be reading it all in once, but then I found out after I got done reading that everybody was like,
no, dude, they broke it up. You're the only one that did it the whole way through.
Dude, I did. That was crazy. And I didn't like even feel it the next day. Like my throat was fine.
The only time anything on this channel affects my throat is when I do this to be
right. Yeah. Don't do it. He left it, Queen. He probably did. He's like, these people are terrible. Terrible.
Okay, so this is next in the timeline. Again, this is the day after the Frank's memorandum was put out, where they mention that they need to know who the Purdue professor is, and that Nick said that he'd never heard, like didn't know, and probably would never know who this person was. The next day, Jerry's interviewing him.
Yeah, so I mean, they were getting hit up in the August depots about Turco, and I think that's when they started, and then that's when they asked like Nick, like, hey, like, who is this guy? And then I don't have the dates like memorized, but there's an email from Nick that states they do not know who it is. Sleuthie was talking about this earlier in the live. They don't know who it is. They don't think they're ever going to figure out who it is. And then come to find out, based on what Jerry Holman was doing, he'd already known who this person was and had already been in contact with them to set up quote unquote interviews. And once the Frank's memo dropped, he calls him and he's like, I'm coming to see you like now, because they're calling us out in this memorandum saying that we don't know who the fuck you are, essentially. But that's what Nick said. Nick told them in his email, I don't think we're going to know who it is.
Mm-hmm. Holman goes to Purdue to have this conversation. He goes to this man's job to talk to him.
Right. I put it in the interrogation room, but whatever.
I didn't even notice that. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah, I didn't.
We are going to do the depot. Those depots happened after this. So that's what we're just going in order of like what Turco said in 2017, what he says in this interview, and then what he says in the depot.
Right. So you have 2017, 2023, 2024. So we'll go through that too. Okay. So if you want me to stop this at any time, just holla.
You probably won't hear me. I'll do this. That'll mean pause it.
Okay. Objection.
I'm Jerry Holman with the Indiana State Police. With me is Lieutenant Matt Rosenberger with Purdue and Professor Jeffrey Turco. It is Tuesday, September 19th, approximately 3:09. And I appreciate you meeting with us. I know Matt's been trying now for what, 3 or 4 weeks to find the time, but I'm busy, you're busy, we're all busy, but I appreciate it. It should only take maybe
fucking guy ain't busy. He's just sitting around being a lump on a fucking log.
maybe 10, 15 minutes. Do you recall meeting with a state trooper probably back in 2017 and an FBI agent talking about the Delphi double homicide?
That's right.
And do you recall doing a report, or was that report that we have from the
There was
colleague?
a document. No, I did, to my knowledge, I'm the only person who put anything together for them. There was a document.
This being, you can look at it.
That looks. Yes. Yeah.
And do you remember did you give that to them that day, or did you email it to them later?
I think I emailed it, or maybe I had a paper copy. I don't recall. Yeah. Yeah, this is mine.
Okay. Perfect. And they gave you, they didn't show you crime scene photos, but they basically gave you like a sketch of the formation of the sticks.
That's right.
And then did they give you a picture of the tree that had the F on it?
No.
Okay, just the sticks.
Just that kind of rendering there. Yeah.
Okay. And
Okay, so he does say they didn't give me a picture of the tree, which is technically true, but he does know what he's talking about because he does have that transparent whatever.
Cool that like Jerry calls it the F on the tree.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for all the things that Jerry says it's not, it's how he refers to them still.
it's been, what, 6 years probably since you wrote this. And don't let me put words in your mouth if you want to look at this. But
Once.
from what I get,
Don't let me put words in your mouth. Jerry said it once. He says it multiple times as he's trying to put words in.
Proceeds to try to put words in his mouth.
Yeah, legit.
gathered, and I talked to Steve Buckley was the trooper,
Right,
and
that's right.
Nicole Robertson
That's
was the FBI agent.
That's right.
Okay. And when I talked to them, Steve Buckley said, "Oh no, I didn't get a report." So I'm thinking later on we got a hold of Nicole and she got the report somehow from.
Huh.
So
I'd have to go back and check my email.
not a big deal,
Yeah.
but
See
but
how
he
Turco
said
takes the
basically
blame?
told him that
Like
Yeah, it's his
Turco
fault.
immediately takes the blame, even though it's ISP's fuck up. Like, why didn't you have the report? Really? You had the report, but Turco took the blame.
He's like, oh, I guess I'll have to go back and look.
Look at my emails from 6 fucking years ago. Yeah, okay. I don't even use the same email from 6 years ago.
You see, well, it's because you have like 100. I do. I have my email from when I was
True.
when I very first got email when I had to buy my AOL disc.
Dude, the best thing ever is at work. Like when I ask people for their email address and they have like sexy potato 6969 at AOL.com.
I want that to be mine. I want to be a sexy potato.
You got mail.
You've got mail.
when you looked at it, it basically could be anything. And I think you kind of put this in your report. You're like guessing it might.
Yeah, no, I mean, it certainly appears to be, some sort of attempt at.
Yeah, I'm gonna rewind this because this is an important part that I want you guys to hear. You bought a disc and then you had like a certain amount of emails you could use from AOL. You had to buy the disc for AOL and install it on your computer.
Guessing it might.
Yeah, no, I mean.
I want to go back further. Sorry.
When you looked at it, it basically could be anything. And I think you kind of put this in your report. You're like guessing it might.
Yeah, no, I mean, it certainly appears to be, some sort of attempt at a kind of runic, script.
Okay, so Jerry says you put in your report that you're essentially guessing. That's not what he said. He said it's the entire alphabet and the entire thing is all speculative based upon the belief of whoever's looking at it. That's legit what he says in there. We just read it. He says it's all speculative based on the interpretation, which is why he goes through different interpretations. But
He
Jerry's
also
like, yeah,
says,
you guessed at it.
yeah, he also says, yeah, no. Like, no, it's certainly some type of runic. Like, he's like, no, sir, I wasn't like guessing.
Yeah, certainly appears to be. Certainly appears to be.
Mm-hmm.
But as to deciphering, any meaning behind that with any certainty, that's a bit of a guessing game. I would have to go back and read what I.
But the fact that they are runic in nature is not a guessing game. Just what the fuck they mean. He legit, that's how he starts off this interview. He's still very clear on that.
So what he's saying is they are certainly runes. It's just he's unsure exactly what they mean because again, like I said, You can combine a couple of them and they might mean 5 different things, but only the person that created a rune, a bind rune, knows which 2 they combined or what 3 they combined.
Mm-hmm. Jared doesn't hear that, though. That's not what he hears.
I wrote, but I recall tossing out a couple of sort of hypotheticals, maybe this, maybe that. But I think the idea that somebody is trying to kind of replicate a kind of early Germanic runic script, that seems, I think, a given. But
Yeah.
Somebody's trying to replicate a runic script. That's a given. Let's try that one more time.
Kind of early Germanic runic script, that seems, I think, a given. But
Seems, I think, a given. That's what he's doing. That's what the people are doing. It's a given.
Yeah.
Thomas, if he had worn sweatpants, he would have been arrested for something. Jerry's just mad because he can't fucking fit in sweatpants.
And so what exactly do you study or teach?
Right. So I teach German literature and religious studies, and one of my areas concerns medieval Scandinavian religion. So I'm certainly not an expert on contemporary 20th and 21st century sort of reimaginings and reinterpretations of that tradition. I know a little bit just because of just general interest, and then also I did some homework when I met with the other officers. But
did you reach out to a colleague? It says in here a colleague and I would.
There was a colleague who I'm not an expert on runes, runic inscriptions per se, which is a very specialized area, and I have a colleague.
And what he means when he's not an expert means he couldn't testify in court about being an expert on runes specifically.
So he contacted his friend that could.
And
Wasn't that the Harvard person?
Yeah, and then in his report, if you remember, you read it, it says they independently came to the same conclusion.
Mm-hmm.
There's DB.
You came back.
Yeah, the way that he phrases the questions it's deliberately dismissive and undermining to make Turco feel like he doesn't know. Absolutely.
100%. That's what I was saying, where he like starts every single time he speaks here in a couple minutes. He'll like every time he starts a sentence, he'll say, yeah, and I'm no expert, but what I was told, and it basically, he never says like who told him these things, but he basically says what I was told, and then he tries to contradict what Turco is saying and make Turco think that they talk to like other experts that might be more qualified than him to make him second guess what his answer is.
They didn't talk to anybody.
He did. He talked to Brad Holder as an expert.
Well, he didn't. Purdy did.
Well, true, but he didn't really do shit about. He didn't really do shit with any. He didn't even talk to Turco back in 2017. He's going off of a report.
Anybody ever until HTC and Gray Hughes.
Mm-hmm.
Now retired at Harvard, who I showed without any real details or explanations, showed the stick outlines, and we tossed ideas back and forth, and what he had to say kind of wound up subsumed in my report.
Was he actually in Germany at the time that you reached out to him? Do you
recall? No. Well, geez, I don't know.
What the fuck does that matter?
That's what I was told, but they may not.
Just to throw off the topic, because it's
who the
really
fuck cares?
Who fucking cares where the Harvard professor was in 2017 when they had this conversation? When is that ever going to be relevant to fucking anything?
Never. He's starting off on the I was tolds. That's what he's doing.
Oh yeah. I was told that he was in Germany at the time, so he probably wasn't very reliable.
Oh no, I wonder if he's going to try to say that he talked to I wonder if he's trying to imply that he talked to the other person who actually is an expert, and that's where he's leading into this. Do you get what I'm saying? Being like, well, I was told he was in Germany at the time, and Turco's probably like, well, first of all, why the fuck would that matter? Secondly, who would know that besides the friend?
Buckley. If he told Buckley that at some point, and Buckley put that in his report.
You reached out to him? Do you recall?
No. Well, geez, I don't know offhand.
That's what I was told, but they may not.
He may have been traveling at the time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what I'm learning about runes and the Odin.
Yeah.
Nobody gives a shit what you're learning about, Holman. You're
Learning
not
where?
testifying. What
Oh,
you
he did
think
buy
you know
books,
about
remember?
runes means nothing. Why is he questioning this guy and then telling this guy what he thinks he knows? Shut the fuck up and just talk to him and let him tell you what he meant on his report. That's all you're supposed to be doing. Nobody gives a shit what you think.
Well, no, that's not what he wants to do. He's only talking to him because he knows that the defense is going to come for the Purdue professor and want to talk to him. So this whole thing is to try to make him second guess what he said. And it kind of worked, because by the time they deposed him all the way in 2024, like I said, in my opinion, he seemed a little more wishy-washy than this interview.
It is a religion, correct?
So basically, what you're looking at is a kind of contemporary, medievally inspired movement that doesn't necessarily have all that much to do, right, with medieval and ancient traditions. But takes its sort of point of departure, sort of these mythological sources that come down to us in the 13th century. And in point of fact, there's not, and this is maybe getting a little bit too much into the weeds, but there's not a great deal that we can say with certainty about actually existing Norse religion. We're always dealing with our earliest sources are already Christian. Writers, or seeing things through that lens. But what you have in the very late 18th century, and then really throughout the 19th century, and this is sort of in the wake of nationalist movements, throughout Europe, right, where there is no such thing as Germany, right, until 1872. There is no such thing as Italy.
Sherry Ullman does not know any of this. He's sitting there going, yeah. He doesn't fucking know any of this.
You have these sort of loose confederations, and so they go looking back for great sort of ancestor traditions on which to kind of found this idea, right, of the nation, right? And so this is sort of part of what comes to be known as Germanic mythology. You probably know the Brothers Grimm, the fairy tales. They also collected a lot of the earliest sources and edited these texts that were written in Icelandic, which is what most of what comes down to us is written in Iceland. So there's a great deal of interest in this tradition. But this kind of neo-heathenism or neo-paganism, of which Odinism would be sort of one kind of extreme ideology within that has sort of right-wing racist connotations. That sort of really comes into.
Okay, I have a question.
Okay.
In that 2017 report, right?
Mm-hmm.
When they said, like, when they brought him the renderings of the sticks or whatever, and they were like, oh, could this be runes? Does it look like runes to you? I find it interesting that then part of his report would then be about like Nazis and neo-pagans and stuff like that. Like, he wouldn't know that they were, he wouldn't know that there existed the father of one of the victims' boyfriends was part of this group that is a bunch of racist neo-Nazi pieces of shit. Do you see what I'm saying?
Most likely correct. We don't, unfortunately, because everything is still so hidden, we don't have any of the reports of the conversations Buckley or Robertson had. Robinson. What? Robertson? Why am I messing that up?
Nicole, you're talking
Robertson. About? Yeah. We don't know. We don't have their reports on their conversations they had with them. And of course, that shit's not recorded. So do they say something like that? Like, we're looking at this and this is what we have? I would hope not. But I have no idea. I have no idea. But I think
I don't
most
think they
likely they
did.
probably would. He wouldn't know any of this. They're like, hey, we want to know if you think this means anything, and they give him
Right.
these.
So that's what I'm saying. What are the odds that he then says a couple of these could look like these racist Nazi things? And here we
Do
have this
know
group
that
of
always?
racists.
Because that's what I was thinking is did law enforcement actually give them their working assumption? We don't have any of that. So we don't know what they're actually given.
Yeah, I don't know that they have that, because if he talked to Robinson, right? Robinson or Robertson? Nicole?
Shit, I don't know. I got it all screwed up now. Robertson.
I don't know. I can never remember. I always get it mixed up. She spells her name weird too.
One of the filings they asked us specifically about it. Okay.
She
Turco
was
says it in his
coming
report.
for Ron. So, and as far as we know, all we know is that we don't know anything from any of the stuff of Ron having ties to these racist pieces of shit. So my question then is, where would she have Nicole? What somebody answered it. Robertson, right? Nicole Robertson, the FBI lady. We know that she was looking for Odin stuff or whatever in Ron's house.
Right.
But I don't know that she anywhere mentioned about him being like a racist neo-Nazi. It just seems. My point is, I feel like they were under this working assumption that it was some type of runes per se, but I don't know that it was specified about like these racists for then him to piece this together and put in possible symbols that go back to racists and Nazis and Hitler and stuff. Does that make sense? I hope.
Yeah. So his report says the following are conjectures based on the working assumption that these lines do, in fact, constitute a runic or runically inspired inscription.
Right, not racist Nazi. That's what I'm talking about. Like he is the one that brings in these racist Nazi things, and how would he know about this group that does like runes but also is racists? Does that make sense?
Yeah. Hi, Royal Wheat. Good to see you. I don't think that unless, because all eyes may be talking about a different document. To me, this just says, hey, we're coming to you because we need to know if these are or are not runic inspired inscription. Yeah.
Right.
Not anything to do with what we think about the crime scene or that we have. That's right. So unless all eyes has a different, I think Click is the one that elaborated on the working assumption BAU. But
maybe we checked those other notes, but I still think those are years after.
Yeah, they're not
2017.
Right. They're not involved until 2018. So.
But we can look at those reports too. That Odin report or whatever. We can look at that too.
Right.
I hadn't thought of that.
Okay, let me go back over here. So,
but that would have been after they made the connection with these racists. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm trying to figure out. I find it to be a large coincidence that he's all of a sudden offering symbols for Nazis, having no knowledge of the fact that there are potential suspects that are part of a group of racists involved here.
Right.
Do you know
So
what I'm saying?
I guess the logical leap is, would all these runic inscriptions automatically belong to some neo-Nazi, neo-pagan, neo-heathen type of
Racist
thing?
people. I'm under the impression that the answer to that is no. Like, just because they're runes doesn't mean they're associated with
Nazi
symbols,
white
right?
supremacy. That's what I would
Right.
think too, because Odinism itself is not always just connected to white supremacy.
Right.
That is
We don't know, CH. That's that's basically my question. But my question would be, the FBI thinks that Ron Logan killed the girls. So where would they have gotten that supremacist connection with Ron if that's who they were going after? You see what I mean?
Yeah, because Nicole Robertson they're not going after Brad Holder at this point. They're
right.
going after
She was
Ron
going
Logan.
for Ron.
Right. So she's not thinking like, hey, there is a group that's connected to the girls, you know, no matter how far removed. She's not even going that route because she's looking for Ron to be the guy.
Right. And she had enough there to where I don't even think it would have been necessary to bring in the sticks and all that against
Right.
Ron. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What's up, Streets? Okay, let's keep going here.
Late 19th, 20th, within that has sort of right-wing racist connotations. That sort of really comes into its own in the 20th, late 19th, 20th century. And, there are sort of so-called neo-pagans, and neo-heathens. The heathen term tends to be more associated with the right, pagan more with the left, but essentially they both are referring to this sort of revival of Norse religion, which again, often has precious little to do with the original sources.
Right.
People just kind of making things up because this stuff is up for grabs, right? But
someone likes that, making stuff up.
I just to say that the fact that somebody is referring to themselves, as an adherent of what's sometimes called in Icelandic it's Asatru, ASATRU. This just means belief in the gods.
What I've learned is Odinism is they believe in just one god, Odin. Asatru and the pagans.
Jerry, shut the fuck up.
Odin.
Just shut the fuck up. Where did you learn that at, Jerry?
Oh, I've learned that Odin is not sure I'm saying that right, but I think that's the one they only worship Odin.
Bro, it's probably why Patrick Westphal got on what's his face's channel and just repeatedly said that he practices Asatru over and over again. This new word, like, let's get away from Odinism.
Right. They worship the gods.
Ron.
Yeah. So, Odinism, as far as I've ever encountered the term, is sort of always associated with a kind of fringe, racist, sort of right-wing sort of.
The pagans and the Asatru.
They're all over the place.
Asatru.
Racist, though.
Or at all. It ranges, there's a political range between the sort of, far left, hippie, crunchy, sort of, feel good kind of 60s, nature loving, tree hugging, that kind of thing. And then the other end of the spectrum is sort of, neo-Nazis in lockup with runic tattoos, who hate black people and whatnot. So the fact, interest in sort of Norse religion in this country, I think it's more of a right-wing phenomenon. In Europe, it's more of a left-wing phenomenon, but it's not necessarily sort of a smoking gun either way.
And again, my knowledge of this is way.
Oh my fucking
God! Your knowledge of
sacrifice back in hundreds and hundreds and thousands of years ago was something, but in today's society and over the last couple hundred years, what I've learned is human sacrifice isn't something that this religion would do.
It's debated whether that was ever part of Norse religion, and
hello, my objection paddle's up.
Oh shit, sorry.
So I think here that Jerry also doesn't get the answer that he was wanting, because Turco doesn't necessarily say there has never been any human sacrifices like in this religion or belief system or anything like that. He says it's debated. There's like no way to know one way or the other if there was or wasn't. There has been, and I'm going to spoil it here for a second, but he says like, you find bodies and it has A, B, and C on it or wrong with it. And it's up to somebody else to be like, oh, we think this is some type of sacrifice versus, oh, we think they were like hung because they were maybe a thief or something and we're guessing. And I find that so interesting because when you think about Perlmutter's testimony in the 3-day hearings or whatever, where she basically was like that cops are not this day and age trained to go to a crime scene, and see certain things and look at them as if they were something magical. She, for anybody who doesn't know, she like goes on to this thing about like magical thinking. Like when cops go to a scene, they're not thinking in that magical thinking. I guess I could compare it to like when you see or you hear about like crime scenes and how things are, or even just crimes in general. And you're like, why would somebody, like, I just can't understand. I cannot wrap my head. Or for me, it's like when a mother kills their children. I
Mhm.
cannot wrap my brain around how you could possibly do something like that.
Mhm.
And part of that reason is because I'm not, their thinking when they do that is not, quote, normal thinking. So the thinking that I'm using trying to interpret it is not what they were thinking when they did it. So these cops are going and they're like, oh, well, there's weird fucking sticks laid all kinds of different ways, and they're definitely not hiding the bodies. But the only reasonable explanation we can come up with is that they were trying to camouflage them, even though it's only hiding 3% of their bodies.
Right.
Turco's saying it's debated whether there were um, human sacrifices or not back then because like nobody's around to tell us if there was or not. It's not like they wrote a diary every day. We sacrificed Teresa this morning. Um, and so they just find like, bones and bodies and shit like that. And then whoever is the one that's observing that is the one that's trying to come up with what happened. You know what I mean?
Right. So one thing that's always been very curious to me is there's obviously a first cop that says to somebody, to some other cop, this looks ritualistic, or these look like runes. Like that day at the crime scene, somebody is, because it's right off the bat, they're thinking that this is a possibility.
It had to have
Somebody,
been someone with a little bit of knowledge, even just a
right?
little bit, to be like, this looks really familiar. Like
I
if I
want
come
to
upon a
know,
crime scene and someone's on a cross, I'm gonna be like,
right?
this looks. Are we not gonna talk about the fact that they're on a fucking cross, like with
Yeah,
nails in their feet and hands, like
yeah. She sacrificed me this morning. Apparently, I don't just yeah. So who's that cop? I want to know who brought it up, because then we have Purdy who comes in like 6 weeks later, and he also brings it up, and they're like, yeah, no, that's good. It's no need for that. So was it one of the cops? Was it one of the feds?
same day, Bree. So yeah, it could have been one of the feds.
So the feds were already in town essentially and offered up their help, and they kept them out of the search on the 13th, and then they let them come and help collect evidence after the girls were found.
Oh my God, there's so many good comments.
Yeah,
Like
I know.
Kate said, I've called the crime scene non-secular in nature. So meaning he might have looked right at it. Or maybe that's what he was told, but he might have looked right at it and said, this is
Yeah,
non-secular. Just like I said, like if
yeah,
I came upon a crime scene and someone had a nail in each hand and their feet crossed over and a nail through the feet onto a cross, I'd be like, I've seen this before.
yeah.
Judgy said Nick thinks that ritualistic means that you do it over and over again, like when you have OCD. He literally said that, like that basically this couldn't be a sacrifice because there would have been multiple sacrifices of children prior to this and multiple after.
Right. And so all I says it was Buckley, but Buckley wasn't at the crime scene that day on the 14th. So when does he come up with that? Right? That would be my thing. Tell like all refresh my memory why you think it's Buckley. Because I mean, obviously Buckley's the one who comes and talks to
Oh,
the
Arnie.
professor. Somebody else in chat asked if it was not Trooper X. So Trooper X is another one who later on is being told information about the crime scene, and he's like, hey, that sounds familiar. He was there that day? I didn't think he was there on the 14th. Okay. That's just a memory issue then. Where does it say that he's the one who brought it up? Do we know, where does it say that? You'll probably remember. I don't remember. Yeah, so Trooper X is the undercover guy who happens to be going to all these rallies with the Vinlanders, and he like starts hearing about the crime scene, and he's like, hey, I know a little bit about this. But is Buckley the one who brought it up? Like, how do we know that Buckley's the one who brought it up originally? That's what I want to know.
I think what we're saying is, did somebody go stand at the crime scene, or were they looking at pictures 2 days after the crime and say, this looks like blank? Was it a month later where, well, no, it had to have been pretty
Nope, has to
fast
be right
because the
away.
whole reason they talked to Turco was because someone said, this looks like blank.
Yeah, it has to be right off the bat.
hmm
I'm not saying it's not Buckley, but I don't know. I don't know where it ever says it is. So in old Viking Norse rituals, human sacrifices were only performed on major festivals and were something like 9 years apart. Well, that's interesting. Because I mean, like, that is like one of their, the Valentine's Day.
Well, if you remember, wasn't
Dallas
Mike
blogger.
Thomas? Wasn't Mike Thomas? Didn't he also say that he like right away was like, we need to get experts in here, like to look at this? But again, that's outside people. That's like, oh, we need to contact the Purdue person or whatever. But like, who, like, was it the BAU of the FBI? Because
Right.
a lot of times they make it sound like that's who it was. And when was that? Did the BAU show up to see the girls still at the scene? Like, that wouldn't really surprise me if that were true.
See, I don't think so, because I know that they didn't even want the FBI to be in. They didn't like ask the FBI to come help. They only allowed them to come and start collecting evidence that night.
Right. So someone that collects evidence with the FBI, like they're not gonna be like, hey, only send crime scene people. Like, don't be sending nobody here that's gonna try to evaluate nothing. You know what I mean? Like, they don't have
I
no
don't know.
say in who comes.
I would
So
just be very curious. I want to know who looked at it and was like, and what they said. Like, this is.
couldn't it
This
have
is
been one of the
crazy.
FBI crime people? Couldn't it have been someone taking
Could have
pictures
been.
saying this looks fucking weird, and then called one of their like colleagues and been like, this looks fucking weird, and I think you need to come look at this. I'm taking
Yeah,
pictures here right now.
could have been.
It should be clear at this point.
Carry On gave 5 criminality memberships, so welcome to all the new members. Thank you, and hello.
Nice.
Miku's headphones. My suggestion is always to unsubscribe, resubscribe, and hit the notification bell. So part of that has to do with just like, for me, like, I'm subscribed to a bunch of channels, right? So if I get, I stop getting notifications, it's typically from a channel that I subscribed to a long time ago. So like the algorithm doesn't pick up. It wants me to start watching the new people I subscribe to. That's just
I got
I
unsubbed
am
from
not an expert.
Peters not that long ago, and I was like, I know I didn't do that.
Yeah, so sometimes that's the easiest way to do it. Okay, let me see. Is Turco studying literature? No, he's oh God, he says exactly what he is, and I don't remember what it is now. He's religion. I don't know. We go back to the beginning of his interview. He goes over everything that he studies, but he studies all kinds of shit. He's just not. He doesn't consider himself a quote unquote expert in all of these fields. Just some of them.
I thought he did like.
Right, I agree with that. All eyes.
I do think he does like literature and language. I think I downloaded one of his books.
You can actually, if you go on YouTube, you can find him speaking on his like his forte. That's not like his expertise. He does like lectures online. They're recorded and posted. Yeah, who was the one that said dat be a rune? Exactly. Thank you for simplifying it. There's different
That's what I'm
times.
saying. Like, I think that the local yokels were like too fucking stupid, but I could totally see like an FBI crime scene person who's seen a bunch of crime scenes, normal ones, come in and be like, something's really fucking weird here. Like, and maybe this is all just hypothetical conjecture. Like, I could totally see a situation where they're like, hey, the crime scene person taking pictures from the FBI being like, Holman or whoever, ISP trooper butt kiss. This looks a little weird, don't you think? Like, what do you reckon all these sticks and shit are? Like, There's sticks over a blood pile, but not enough to cover it. There's all these leaves and shit around, and they didn't use that. What do you reckon this is? And they were like, camouflage. And then the person was like, okay, yeah, that's not, no. Mm-mm. And then called an FBI person and was like, I think you need to look at this. I think that early time, right then, I don't think that they would have been, by they, I mean like ISP and stuff. I don't think that they would have been as get out as they eventually were.
I'm just reading through comments because you guys, there's so much good comments, so many good comments. Yeah, the FBI ERT wasn't allowed at Ground Zero. Only he said they were restricted to collecting clothes from the river and kept separate, no intermingling. Yeah, well, they didn't even want their help at the beginning, so the message could have been for anyone in law enforcement or the family, anybody. Yeah, it doesn't even necessarily have to be read by them. It's just here's you're gonna know what it means based on the fact that I did this to your kids.
I think that no matter what, they were left the way that they were in order to spark something in the mind of whoever found them that something was weird. There was some type of, message of sorts. Like the whole point of leaving them that way would be to shock the finder, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I just don't know. I wonder if they showed in any of their interviews to anyone the crime scene photos.
Like other old suspects.
Like when they interviewed Brad Holder, let's say, just as an example, and they asked about whatever, like, did they show him the photos of the crime scene and these sticks and the tree and say, do you think this looks like anything? Like, to see if they would offer any kind of explanation. Like, they didn't even show Rick. So, like, my question, like, why wouldn't you do that? Why wouldn't you show to gauge the reaction of the person that you're interviewing, interrogating? You wouldn't show the victims?
Well, the only thing is because they really stuck with this, even though they were terrible at it. They stuck with this whole, we want to keep the crime scene information private because we want the killer to come forward and only the killer would know XYZ.
Okay, but then they like arrested someone and tortured him and put him in jail, and he still didn't know the X, Y, and Z. So
right. Okay.
Like, if you notice, and I was actually watching Holman's interrogation of Rick today.
And, were you?
Yeah, and something and I know it stuck out to me before, but it stuck out to me again watching it, just how oblivious, like, throughout the whole thing, like, you could tell that Rick didn't even know how they died.
No.
Like, he had no clue. Like, he's talking about, he's like, I didn't shoot anybody. I didn't kill anybody. Like, he had no idea. And the only thing Holman says was, I didn't say you shot them. That was all he said. And Rick never said, like, well, I didn't kill them with a knife either. Did Holman, I can't even remember, but did Holman even ask him if he had a knife on him?
No, I think they'd asked about if he owned knives and guns before, or knives and guns or whatever. So he probably was just thinking that way. But yeah, he thinks they're shot because that's the whole thing with this round is you left your round at the crime scene. That's why we know you killed them. And he's like, I didn't shoot anybody. Like, that didn't happen.
I just still don't understand. I can't wrap my head around how they even made that bullet relevant in any way when there was no way to tie a gun of any kind to the girls, like the video. Like, so you can't tie it to the video because you
testify something stupid that be a gun. We heard that be a gun. That's never fucking said in the damn video, and that all of a sudden becomes evidence, a testimony. Like, what?
Yeah, that never happened. And so, like, you're at the scene, you find this bullet, they're not shot. So I would be like, what? There'd be no reason to collect this because they weren't shot. And so, and they didn't have any markings on them that looked like they'd been beat by a gun, right? So, like, so why was that bullet even relevant to collect in the first place, right? Number one. And then number two, then you have this bridge guy video. You don't see a gun. You don't hear a gun. You don't like hear rustling of them saying like, "Oh my god, he has a gun." Nothing. So how are you even connecting that person on the bridge to the bullet at the scene, and the whole weapon itself has nothing to do with the way that they died, right? And it's scary as hell that a jury went back there and was like, yeah, I totally think she's saying that's the path that be a gun.
That we go down.
That cop was totally right. He's definitely not. She's definitely not saying that we go down, because that doesn't make any sense. That this is the path that we go down. Psh, it's got to be, this is the path that be a gun. And they were like, yep,
That's what he said.
guilty.
That's what she said. Yep.
Like, what the fuck?
The prohibition has never been released as an exhibit. Not how they described it at all. Oh yeah, the law enforcement or the prosecutor's office and the courts are never going to release that on their own.
Bro, they never, it was that video, like, I get it, and it caused a bunch of shit. And like, if I could go back and like have it not be released, would I do that? No. I mean, it needed to come out.
Yeah.
In my opinion, as soon as it came out, it was crystal fucking clear why they never released any more of the video, and why the judges and the prosecutor's intention was to never ever release that exhibit. And it has nothing to do with the fact that you see two alive girls in it for about a half a millisecond.
Well, remember they tried to say like, was it Tobe?
Would
or was
you
it
want to see your loved one
Yeah.
in the last moments before their death? Bitch, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I
They
would.
literally, they did not look scared to me. They didn't sound scared to me. It was so nothing. And also you had the family that entire time saying, we asked them to, even, I think it was Holman, or no, maybe it was Tobe, that was like, they've asked us to release more of the video, but we won't, because
Yeah.
that
so
was
the
that
family
was where that came from. Would you want to see the last moments? Would you want the whole world to see that?
That's right, fucking Tobe.
Mm-mm-mm.
All right, let's keep going.
And the archaeological record is very inconclusive. There were certainly executions. People were thieves who were hanged and whatnot. Now you look at.
Oh, we're talking about. They're still talking about this human sacrifice element. Let me back up just a tad bit so everybody knows.
Norse religion, and it may or may not have been. The archaeological record is very inconclusive. There were certainly executions. People were thieves who were hanged and whatnot. Now you look at it, you find a body that's preserved in a bog with a rope around its neck. You're a detective. You tell me.
Not a very good one.
Is it a?
That's probably not.
No, you're not a very good one, motherfucker.
Not a very good one at all.
Jesus Christ.
One of the worst I've ever seen.
Ritual.
Is it an execution? A judicial execution? Is it a human sacrifice? People argue back and forth. I think what's probably more important from your perspective is that it's widely believed in the 19th century sources, which are the kind of things that are freely available online. When you Google, that comes up that yes, like the Vikings practiced, ritual killings, right, and sacrifices.
Oh, okay. Okay, pause. So he's saying if for instance, like an Odin fanboy were Googling ritualistic sacrifices of people, on the Googles,
Uh-huh.
they
on the
would
seesaw.
find information that says that they did sacrifice people in these ritualistic killings. That's what he's saying, right?
Yes.
So regardless of whether they actually did sacrifices or not, he's saying if someone was like, I want to know about some of this stuff, I want to know about the runic stuff, and they look it up, that they could find information, whether it's true or not from ancient times, that they do sacrifices.
Right. And not even just Googling it, but just watching TV shows and movies, thinking that they're any type of accurate.
Like these, we're not talking about people that like wanted to be historically accurate
Right.
about religions, and they're like going and taking classes at the college about like we're talking about people that are like doing the bare minimum, watching some movies and like going on the Cecil.
Yes. Not like people who went to fucking Purdue University and tried to learn all they could from Mr. Turco.
They're not historically accurate people. They're
At all.
just Googling and then trying to teach each other the wrong things.
Right. They're trying to lead each other.
Exactly. And they're what do they call them?
Places, and there's different times.
What do they call them? What do they call their? Oh, the kindred and their kindreds. They teach
Yeah.
their kindreds. Drinking out of horns with beard hairs.
Ugh. Oh God. God. Ugh. It's disgusting.
Is that it's widely believed in the 19th century sources, which are the kind of things that are freely available online. When you Google, that comes up that yes, like the Vikings practiced, ritual killings, right, and sacrifices. I think that would be an idea that somebody who was interested in this material from a certain perspective would come across, likely.
Exactly.
Realistically,
And pagans are notoriously known for human sacrifice.
Now here goes Jerry with his rebuttal. Realistically, though, what you're saying is they never sacrifice anybody ever, right?
I agree with
Oh,
you, Jenny. I
fucking
think this is a
loser.
message to somebody. Yeah.
history says that this.
Wait, rewind. Just like 10 seconds or whatever.
I think that would be an idea that somebody who was interested in this material from a certain perspective would come across, likely.
Right.
Yeah.
But realistically, history says that this type of
it's not documented.
It's not documented that
Not
rituals.
But,
They're not usually practicing ritualistic sacrifices of humans.
No, it's not a.
Okay, but we're talking about two different things, motherfucker.
Chickens.
Animals,
Animals,
the usual, goats and things.
And what I was told by someone that had some knowledge is a sacrifice to them would be time, money.
Yeah.
For example, like they compared it to Christianity.
Yeah.
You take time out of your Sunday to go to church,
Right.
and then you give money to the church.
Yeah.
And that they would do that in a different way, where you would give your chicken that lays eggs
Yeah.
away because you're sacrificing it.
Who is this person that told you this? You fat
Carter.
Who told you that? Somebody told. Who's somebody? I bet you he is, Shaboobies. I swear to God. I swear to God, this entire time I was like, this motherfucker's talking about Brad Holder. He talked to Brad Holder. I guarantee it. And this is all, he's regurgitating what Brad Holder supposedly told him. Or, oh wait, at this time, I don't think Patrick Westfall did his public interviews yet. So it wouldn't be him, but.
No, and they haven't. I don't think they interview Holder until the 30th, along with Click. I might be off on a day or two, but hey, Topher, I think that they interview him on the 30th, on September.
The point
30th.
is, they're talking about two different things.
Right.
Turco is talking about how you absolutely could go online and find these examples of, and then if you were trying to teach yourself this religion, that you would come across things that would tell you that that is what they do, is human sacrifices. Like, it's absolutely information that's out there if you're trying to teach yourself this whatever. And then Holman's trying to like pretend like you never said that and be like, okay, but assuming that the only people that could have left this are people that follow historically accurate rituals of the Odin people back in the day, they didn't do it, right? And he's like, well, yeah, but like, we're not talking about those kinds of people, though.
Hmm.
Turco's talking apples and Holman's talking chickens.
I know, I like that one. That's so true.
Or eggs or something like
our
that.
knowledge of actual ritual practices within actually existing historical Norse religion is very, very thin, because the sources that come down to us are written by Christians 250 years after conversion, and there's a distance from sort of the lived daily experience of religious adherence, or they just don't know, because the knowledge was stamped out. So what you're often dealing with are sort of people's ideas in the 19th century of what things must have been like, but often it's and a lot of that gets codified and gets accepted sort of uncritically, and then killjoys like me come around and say, yeah, no, actually, we don't really have any good sources for that. But again, in the popular imagination, I think there is this idea, right, that, and there is some textual support, right, that somebody who was kind of reading up, on Norse stuff would come across that idea.
See, he's hammering this in.
Warriors, right?
He's trying to tell you, like, anybody who's like just Googling some shit may come across this.
Yeah, he's literally reiterating it over and over again for this idiot.
Yeah, and Holman's just not having it because he's like, realistically, though, doesn't happen.
To himself and whatnot. That's in there, but is that just sort of literature, or is that what really was that how things really were? These are kind of academic questions,
right? And what I was told too is when they do those rituals,
God,
they're usually so obvious of the actual ritualistic part of it, like there would be no question. Like we have questions on, is this really? And you have questions on this.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have questions on that.
The research I've done is, if it's a ritual, they're going to let you know it's going to be so clear that you could tell.
That could be, yeah. That's certainly a good point. It's hard to sort of imagine sort of getting into the head of somebody like this,
something like this that we have.
Like magical thinking.
Hard to get into the head of somebody who would do this. Yeah.
Yeah, magical thinking. So he's basically saying, yeah, what a fucking idiot. He's like, we would know. Like, what does that even mean? We would know. Would there have to be like pentagrams? Would it have to be written in blood on every tree within a mile radius that says this was a ritual? Is that the only way we would absolutely know? Like, what does he even mean? It would be obvious. What would be obvious to him? Has he ever given an example of what that would mean?
No, because he doesn't actually have one.
Right. Like, it was obviously obvious because you all immediately sought out this Purdue professor in 2017. It was obvious.
So it was obvious to multiple people. And he even comes in here at the beginning of this and he says it's pretty obvious. It's clearly apparent that this is what it is. We're just guessing at what it means. Because we don't know what it means, but it's very obvious this is what we're looking at.
Exactly, CH. His question, yeah, he doesn't have questions. His questions are academic, which language, and century. Not, is this really what it is? He's not saying that at all. He's saying this is what it is. It's some weird shit going on here. I just can't tell you what it means. They're having two different conversations. Like, Holman's trying to have a whole separate conversation. And you could tell Turco's sitting here like, he's like, yeah, that's a really good point. That's like what you say to somebody that doesn't have a good point. You're like, oh, I never thought of that. It's like, that's because it's fucking stupid. That's why.
That's the point. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
A NASA scientist and a pig farmer.
To review, obviously 6 years ago, was so vague.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a good term, but
there was not a lot of detail.
You couldn't really tell. Now you said if something along the lines, and again, don't let me put words in your mouth, but if it is this, it could
Over here.
possibly mean this, but it's
Yeah.
really hard to tell because it's
In terms of deciphering sort of what characters are being used, if they are runic characters.
I almost wish like Trooper X was the one who interviewed Turco.
He's about to literally tell him that what you just said, how you just characterized what my thinking is entirely wrong. He's about to say this to him, and he's still gonna like it goes straight over his buzzed head.
Yeah, this guy doesn't know shit about shit, and he's just over here making up whatever he wants to. That accurately.
So,
Here we go.
runic is just an alphabet,
Right.
right? It's just an alphabet. It's not a language. It's a pre-Germanic, indigenous Germanic alphabet. It's used throughout Scandinavia. It's used in England. In the Middle Ages, it's used to record a number of languages, so Old Norse, Icelandic. There are Christian Latin poems, very few, recorded in runic script. So it's just an alphabet,
Right.
the same way that we use the Roman alphabet to write English, but also to write Turkish and Romanian and whatnot. So the letters, the characters all are
Right.
I think that the answer to your question, who's is that supposed to be
Who's the guilty? 1, 2, 3.
Who's the guilty? 1, 2, 3. I think the answer is that Rick Allen has been arrested at this point and has no tie to any type of religion, and whether Norse pagan, Odinism, Asatru, there's no tie. So they cannot have anybody testifying at any hearing or trial
For
that
any
there is
side.
no matter what, that this is even a possibility. So because Rick Allen does not have any ties to it, I bet my left tit, I swear to God, if there was even a question, if there was a Odin tarot card found in Rick Allen's house, they would have had
That would all
of
been coming in.
everything, all of this. They would have gone with this 100%. They're fighting it because there is no tie whatsoever.
Right. Don't bet your titties. Bet
I
Brad
would
Weber's
come-
remaining toe. You gotta.
I'm not losing, so I'm good.
Yeah, I mean, like he's cool with half a
Yeah, he's
toe,
okay
so
without
he can be
having
okay
toes.
with half of the other one.
He is okay without having toes.
It's sort of, again, one of the ideas about them is that they originally have magical significance, that they would have been used in incantations, in rituals. There is a sacrificial connection in the mythological poetry. These are things that, again, somebody who was sort of, an Odin fanboy would likely come across. So it's entirely plausible that
an Odin fanboy would come across this and make it happen.
Meaning,
Entirely
come
plausible.
across shit on Google that said that people sacrifice people
You never know.
and
You
then do
never know.
runes.
Maybe the toe
That
was
is
sacrificed.
so true.
We don't know what happened to the toe.
Yeah, we don't know if it just grew that way. We don't know if he might have stepped on like a fishing hook. Well, actually, it looks like it has a nail, doesn't it?
No. That's a knuckle.
Oh, that's just a nub. There's no nail there.
Nah, that's a nut. That's just a nut.
Oh, so it could have really been anything. Like he could have not been wearing steel toe boots, right? He could have dropped something on his foot and it gangrened half his toe off.
Who knows?
Or maybe he did. Maybe he did sacrifice it. Maybe he was like, Teresa, I bet you the tip of my left toe. Wait.
And he fucking lost.
Yeah, the left toe. And then he lost and he was like, fuck, now I gotta cut the tip of the toe off. It's gotta go. Catfish bit his toe.
Could have been a catfish.
Maybe he shot the tip of his toe off.
Damn thumb toe.
Oh my God, I know what happened. It's the jumper cables, bro.
Oh,
he was
fuck,
sitting
in there shocking himself, trying to.
Yes. Maybe he dipped his toe in a little bit of bucket of water or something to make it a little more zappy, and it like took the toe off. Maybe it just flung across the garage.
Oh my God, it's probably still in there.
He probably never found it again.
That sounded like Eeyore. I lost my tail.
The tip of my tail.
Thank you, honey. My husband just brought me dinner. Cat got
Theo
my
Mama said,
toe.
Theo Mama said, Italians take your fingers. Maybe this group takes your toes.
Possible if there's other ones missing toes. All right, let me play.
Did they confuse Brad Holder's wee wee with a toe?
Like, let me take your thumb toe. Same size as
Maybe Brad Holder's going around cutting off tips of toes to like make it a little bigger. It's like all different skin colors, right? Because he's just using like amputated toe tips.
just the tip. God, it's the tip. Somebody's got
Oh
a
my
just
God.
finish.
He's like, this whole thing's about to be a tip. They say it's the most sensitive part. That's the theory. That's the winner. Shaboogie's he's going around just stealing. He's like, they won't miss a tip. It's not like I'm cutting the whole thing off.
Except for Holder. It is. That's all there is. Oh, all eyes. Oh, shit. That happens. Sometimes we just go off the rails. Okay, I'm going to try to play this.
Looking at, I mean, those configurations, again, I didn't see the photos, but just looking at, the outlines that somebody else thought was part of the, of an attempt to render something in characters. Yeah, it looks pretty clearly like runic. And
Oh,
one can certainly imagine that this was some.
you don't say.
It looks pretty clearly runic. Huh. Really?
Somebody's idea that when you do a human sacrifice, you carve runes. There are some poetic sources that would sort of again support that idea that somebody might.
I hope so.
So that scenario seems entirely plausible to me.
Oh, did you hear that? Well, let me back that up.
His idea that when you do a human sacrifice, you carve runes.
When you do a human sacrifice, you carve runes.
He's saying it's basically he says it's entirely plausible that, again, going off of the premise of this like inexperienced Odin fanboy that's just learning about, the religion, but not trying to be historically accurate, coming across random shit on the internet and is like, oh, they do sacrifices. Oh, I could totally. I think if they do sacrifices, they probably carve runes for the sacrifices. Like he's
Right.
piecing this all together, and Jerry's just like, oh yeah, but like I was told by the cricket in my ear that that's not really though what they did, right? You're just guessing, right?
You're just saying that's possible. You're just guessing on your reports. He's like, no, it's entirely probable.
He says the same thing like 4 times because he recognizes that Jerry is like trying to minimize what he's saying and then make it out like he said something he didn't. So then he just reiterates the same exact. He's been saying the same thing for like the last 5 minutes.
Yep. And Jerry's like, no, I was told that realistically, yeah, that's not what happens.
That they would only like sacrifice their chicken, the chicken that lays eggs.
Let me sacrifice the eggs.
He's like, they'd only give up the rooster that lays eggs.
He would think that.
Mm-hmm.
He'd think that the eggs need a paternity test. Okay. From Reddit, Odin's connection to human sacrifice is threefold and all pretty blatant. Emulation of his own self-sacrifice, wherein he hung himself for the knowledge of runes. I'm assuming there's more to this.
Yeah, someone listening on the phone. Oh my God, the pings make so much more sense now. Why not just silence the stupid ringer? I 100% agree. I think Nick or somebody is sitting there listening to everything that's being said and then telling him to say certain things. Boobies, where is the rest of your message?
Maybe it wasn't. Maybe there wasn't more.
Oh, wherein he hung himself for the knowledge of runes. Yeah, that's the end.
Oh, okay.
He did. He hung himself for the runes. He hung himself from the tree for the runes. Remember? Or he
Right.
discovered the
Sacrifice.
runes or whatever.
Self-sacrifice.
Yeah.
Okay, let me keep playing.
some poetic sources that would sort of, again, support that idea that somebody might have come across. So
Oh my
that
God.
scenario seems entirely plausible to me.
Right.
But I think, I don't remember what I said about the characters, but I think, that was
I think what,
about,
again, don't let me put words in
Yeah.
your mouth, but what was relayed to me was
Again,
it could be anything because it was not very deliberately put, or it could be, like you said today,
yeah.
it could have just been an amateur trying to do it.
Yeah.
But what,
Again, I just want to reiterate, when
yeah.
he says it could be anything, Holman's trying to imply that it could mean anything, meaning it could be entirely random or used for camouflage. When Turco is saying it could be anything, he's meaning they're fucking runes, but there's a plethora of different runes they could be. We're not talking about we're talking about two different anythings. You know what I mean?
oh yeah, I'm just chewing. So, but
No,
I'm
that's
nodding my
fine.
head
Go
in
ahead.
agreement.
It's just annoying. He's trying to imply that, you said it could be anything. He does. He goes, and I think that they should have did a better job really hammering how bad Nick and Holman, but especially Nick and his pleadings, misrepresented this conversation here by
Every
saying that
conversation.
every conversation, but this is one we can actually hear where they're saying that they said it could be anything. Okay, no, Jerry said it could be anything. He's saying, Turco is saying that it could be any type of rune or symbol, but not anything.
And this is what gets used against the defense. Like the defense is just making all this stuff up. He says it could be anything. And
This
it's
is
like,
exactly
no.
right, Chelsea.
When Turco says yeah as a vocal stem, he is not saying it in agreement. He's just saying it to show he's listening. I
Right.
agree. Yes.
Right. Like when we do it here. Like when you say something, I'm like,
Mhm.
yes, yeah. I mean, well, it's usually because I do agree, but like,
Right.
you just fill in the holes so they don't think you've like zoned completely out, like to the conversation,
All right, let's see.
Cole
Absolutely, Tammy.
relayed to us was, it's tough to say because it was not very clear. So they were telling us that it was basically, it could be anything, but
Who's
you
they?
could, at that point, think it was anything, I guess.
No one specific thing.
Right.
I mean, all throwing out a number of ideas, none of which were terribly, conclusive, because the interpretation of runes is also rarely conclusive.
Right.
Exactly.
There you go. Right there.
Obscure. Is somebody trying to spell something phonetically, or are they trying to communicate something symbolically? Right? Because the runes have names, and they mean different things, right? So one of the runes means giant, right? So there's a giant rune. There's, another rune can mean property, right? Movable property.
Do we see what he's saying here? He's saying it's definitely a rune. I just don't know if the message they're sending is the alphabets, or if it's meant to be the symbols of what they're supposed to mean. But Turco's talking only in runes, and Holman's just doing whatever it is he does there.
He's saying that it's anything. Could be anything. We were told by them and they that it really could be anything. Could be nothing. Could be anything. Because it doesn't
Whoever
really
they are.
relate to anything about anybody.
They could have fell from the tree like that. Perfectly cut.
Where do you think
smooth edges.
So you can approach it from kind of at least two different angles, right? One would be phonetically, is it a word? Is it an acronym?
Two different angles.
Or is it some kind of, does this person know what they're talking about?
Right.
Or is it just, hey, this looks cool?
Right.
So
with your experience, you could not look at these runes and say that is a.
Are you calling them runes now?
Right there. That's when he calls them runes, and I'm like, So you call it the F tree and you call them runes, but you're trying to tell him that they're not.
I want to hear him say it again, but it sounded like a complete acknowledgement that those are runes, and that he's finally caught on to what he's been trying to say, is that they're runes. We just don't know if they're alphabet or if they're symbols.
Right. And he said it's one of those two. He doesn't give him a third option.
Right.
does this person know what they're talking about?
Right.
You know, or is it just, hey, this looks cool?
Right.
You know. That's
So
hard
with
to
your
say.
with your experience, you could not look at these runes and say that is a spiritual sacrifice, ritual, plausible, but you can't say for sure
No.
yes or no.
No.
What
No,
a gaslighting piece of shit.
And even the fellow that I talked to, who's much more knowledgeable about runes than I am, is published on runes, is not, before his retirement, was not sort of a full-time runologist. If you'd like me to put you in touch with somebody.
What did he say? Do you remember?
Okay, but why are you asking him if he fucking remembers? He asked if you want to be put in contact with him. The answer would be yes. Why did nobody contact this other person?
I can't talk, my mouth is full.
That's fine.
Well, you know that the Harvard professor is really the one who concretely says it absolutely is runic.
Well, if Turco says that to him right now, then that would be the answer of why he didn't go. But why didn't defense talk to this Harvard person?
Now that's a great
Exactly,
question.
Skin Row. In fact, a good test that you could give someone who's confessing to the murders, which I always stand by, the orientation and number of the girl's wounds. Even if you couldn't remember the number, let's say, I don't know, but I feel like somebody that killed somebody like that would probably remember every single detail. But let's say they couldn't remember from the moment exactly how many each one had. You're going to remember that one was horizontal and one was vertical. That's odd. Another one you could say is, if they said, oh, I put sticks on them because I didn't want them, I didn't want them to be seen, right? So then you say, here's a piece of paper. How did you lay the sticks? Did you just bunch them all up, or did you lay them like a particular way? If you only laid them a particular way, why'd you lay them that way, right?
Mm-hmm.
How were the girls positioned? Was one naked and one clothed? How were they clothed? Like, all of these things are things that a killer would know. We didn't know until we read the Frank's memo, but like they never asked even Rick that.
No.
He's never said that the girls, the orientation of their wounds, or how many sticks were on each, how he got the sticks on them, how they were positioned, that one was naked and one had the other one's clothes on, and why. Where they threw the other clothes, nothing.
Oh yeah, there was so many things. Yeah, but they had to just make up something random. So the defense doesn't cross Turco. They're going to depose him. So because Turco doesn't actually testify at any of the hearings or the trial, because obviously no third party. So after this is done, we're going to go to his deposition, and obviously we're not going to reread the entire thing like we did before. Just kind of hit like the main points of what they're asking about this stuff right here, and just see what Turco has to say.
Mm-hmm.
I think we kind of came to an agreement about sort of what it could be and what it couldn't be, and
I know you use the word guessing. We're guessing.
Yeah, it's kind of educated guesses.
Educated guess.
I mean, it's not a random assortment of sticks,
Right?
By no means.
Did you hear that?
It's
he
not
says,
a random assortment of sticks, and he said, yeah, or right.
He said, yeah, it's not, yeah. Hold on, let's do.
I think we kind of came to an agreement about sort of what it could be and what it couldn't be, and
I know you use the word guessing. We're guessing.
Yeah, it's kind of educated guesses.
Educated guess.
I mean, it's not a random assortment of sticks.
Right.
It's not a random assortment of sticks. Right.
And he says, right. Not a random assortment of sticks.
By no means.
Immediately the phone goes off. I would love to know exactly what's being said each time this fucking phone goes off.
Full
yeah.
time.
Yeah, if you could give me that, I'd love that.
Yeah, I mean, this would probably be somebody in Europe, like Norway or something like that.
I'm not a fly over there.
Okay.
Or sacrifices.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay, sure.
No, but yeah, if we could at least get an email or something.
Sure.
I'd love to reach out to them.
Yeah, I'll see you.
Oh, did you though, Jerry? Did you reach out?
Norway, who I think is
They're talking about other people now. They're not even talking about the Harvard professor at this point. They're
He's
talking
not
about
going to
other
reach out to
people.
anyone. He never
No,
does. He
he's
does.
not going to reach out to anyway because he doesn't care what these people have to say.
Right.
The best.
The truth isn't
I'll
important.
go home and do some homework.
Yeah,
you
just
know.
you have his contact
Yeah.
information.
Yes.
And I think I have yours. I'm quite certain because during my deposition, I brought you up. It took me a while to figure out. Buckley couldn't remember your name.
Oh, okay.
Nicole couldn't remember your name, and then we got the report, and then we figured out by calling Matt, who might teach this or have knowledge of it.
Yeah.
So I'm going to turn this report over and your information over and
Feel free,
discovery.
Sure.
And that means that the defense attorneys will probably contact you as well. So
Okay. Oh, interesting.
just
So there's obviously.
What
It sounds like there's.
What a piece of shit to say, I couldn't remember your name. Nobody could remember who you are. You're so insignificant, sir, even though you wrote us a fucking report. Nobody could remember your
Right.
name or who you are. But we just figured it out. It's like, no, you did. You just like had to say that because now you know that you've talked to him. You're going to have to turn this over. So now we're covering our asses and saying that
Right.
we didn't. But we forgot that at the beginning of this, we said that we'd been trying to set this up for 3 or 4 weeks.
So Bailey, Matt is the guy that the lieutenant at Purdue University said. So that's who he said was trying to set up this meeting. He's in the room with them. He just doesn't talk.
Yeah, he
Different
says
Matt.
in the
Lieutenant
beginning what his name is.
Hammond? No, that's not right.
No.
I'm making stuff up. Don't listen to me. It's
Yeah, no.
he's Lieutenant Matt. It's
Matt.
at the very beginning of this.
Yeah.
He's a lieutenant from Purdue.
scheduled for January
Oh, wow.
of next year. I don't,
So there's an accused.
yeah, we made an arrest back in November. I think.
Did you find that weird?
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. It's
I want Turco to ask.
Oh, well.
you must not watch the news much, huh? Me either.
I wanted Turco to ask right there, like, did he have some tie to Asatru, North paganism? I wanted him to ask.
Don't you find it weird that he said that?
That he told him
Like-
that. Like,
No. That Turco works right there at Purdue. He literally was a consult on this case. Yes, Rosenberg. Yep. He was literally a consult on this case and had no idea that someone had been arrested for the murders.
right.
Like, don't you think that's weird?
I don't know. I feel like this dude lives in his own fucking world.
Maybe. I thought that was weird.
I mean, he says he doesn't watch the news.
Yeah, okay. A professor? Yeah, okay. You know he listens to AM radio and watches news.
I would
Please,
think
give me
that
a break.
right here, Turco should have asked, like, did this guy have any tie to like what we're talking about today? Like, is that why we're talking? You know what I mean? Like, you brought me back here after all these years. You have an arrest, so you're telling me this guy has something to do with Asatru, Norse paganism, Odinism, whatever.
Right. I would be like, so there's an accused. Did he say what they were?
Yeah, I'd like to know how close I was on my guesses of what they meant.
Yep.
Well, there's an accused.
Yeah, we made an arrest back in November, I think.
And is that public?
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, no, we arrested someone a year ago and it's not public.
You must not watch the news much, huh? Me either.
I didn't catch it. Yeah.
Good. You gonna be on the jury? Most people know about it.
I guess could I be at this point?
Probably
I think
not.
I'm probably
Probably not.
disqualified.
You're gonna be a witness, probably.
Yeah.
You're
Wow.
gonna be a witness, probably.
Wow.
That didn't spark it either.
Yeah.
If you think of anything else, please let Matt or I know. And
The only thing else I can think of is I'm supposed to say hello from Twyla Gibson.
good for you.
Really?
Mhm.
I don't know.
How'd you know her?
Well, she works downstairs and is one of my favorite people on the planet.
She's,
Okay, so does it sound to you like he's talking to Matt, or is he talking to Holman? Is this
It
Holman?
sounded like he was talking to Matt because it sounded like the person was farther away when said, "Really? How do you know her?"
Yeah, let me go back.
That didn't sound like Holman.
No, that sounds like it's Matt's second cousin.
Mhm.
Hold on.
The only thing else I can think of is I'm supposed to say hello from Twyla Gibson.
Good for you. Really?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
How did you know her? Well,
That's
Jerry said
100% Matt.
Yeah, and Jerry says I don't know her.
the only thing else I can think of is I'm supposed to say hello from Twyla Gibson.
Good for you. Really?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
How did you know her? Well, she works downstairs and
Is that for you?
is one of. The only thing else I can think of is I'm supposed to say hello from Twyla Gibson.
Good for you. Really?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
How did you know her? Well, she works downstairs and is one of my favorite people on the planet.
She's a sweetheart.
And she asked me what I was doing. I mentioned that I was meeting with you.
That was a surprise to her.
And
What's his name again?
It phases her, you know. And she said, "Oh, that's my second cousin." You know.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and turn this off.
That is definitely Matt. So that is Twyla Gibson is Matt Rosenberg's second cousin. No, Matt is just the campus cop. He's a cop up by Purdue, and they have like their campus police. So Holman and crew got a hold of the Purdue PD and said, "Hey, can you help us find this missing professor?" And so Matt was trying to get in contact with Turco and try to set up this meeting, which finally gets set up for the 19th, after the day after. So it seems to me that, yeah, Twyla and Matt really have nothing to do with anything. Matt is literally just there because he's the liaison, and then Twyla is his second cousin, so she really has nothing to do with anything.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so she's even less relevant than I thought at the beginning of the stream.
Mm-hmm.
Conclude this interview. It is approximately 3:30.
Yeah. That's why I don't think Holman was trying to rush the end of that. And as much as I don't like the guy, I don't think he's trying to rush the end of it because of that topic. I think he just realizes the actual interview part's over and they're talking about shit that doesn't matter. That's my opinion. Okay, now that I guess I didn't hear that when I was editing it, so I don't know. I for some reason it sounded to me like Turco was talking to Holman, and then Twyla was his second cousin, but it's not. It's Matt's, 100%. I absolutely see that now. I think some of you in chat had said that too, and I didn't pay attention to you. Okay. All right, so let's start going through. Let's start going through the depo. Let's find where we actually need to look at on here. But I'm bummed. Sleuthie's gonna run to the restroom, and then when she comes back, I'll switch with her because then I gotta run to the restroom. Yeah, because we're not gonna reread this and go through all the little nuances of like the who's who and the what's what. So let's just figure out where we need to actually be. Okay, so he's a German comparative literature and religious studies at Purdue University. He has a degree in Germanic studies. Okay, so talk about, you mentioned in your report I have in front of me, that's 11 pages, 10 are numbered, and then there's like some markings, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so they're showing him the color-coded stick figures that he had. Okay, so Turco says, yeah, that is my coloration and markup of this figure here that was provided to me by the authorities. So the sketches you just showed me, and make sure it's the same thing with the exception of the coloration. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Now I'm just going over that report. Okay, so he asks, I think this is Baldwin. I don't remember. It could be Rosie. I asked you what you did in preparation. You said you reviewed your reports, blah, blah, blah. And he spoke to Prosecutor McClelland. So in between that interview with Holman and this deposition, we know that Turco had a conversation with the prosecutor that we don't have any idea what it was. Well, we have some idea, but we don't know how accurate it is. He talks about his PhD, a little bit about his background. Says, my understanding is that I'm here to answer any questions that I can and possibly clarify some of my earlier statements and remarks, if that's helpful. He's asked, are you following this particular case on your own time? Professor says, no, I have not. I did. This is not my media market. I don't really follow the news. I'm the typical college professor who's sitting around grading papers, reading old books. So there was sort of an upswing in the tension in the case last fall. Okay, that's when...
You didn't know that somebody was arrested, though?
No, because now we're in 2024. So last fall would be in 2023 when he was talking
the
to Holman.
report.
Right.
I mean, the memo.
He said, I read maybe a couple of newspaper articles, and then I outsourced that to friends. If there's anything interesting, let me know.
But again, like, would nobody say, oh my God, I read this 136-page thing and they talk about a Purdue professor. Is that you?
Right. Was that
Like,
you? It has to be you, right?
Right.
Okay, you're gonna have to give me a second. I have to go to the restroom now too, but you obviously can't scroll, so I'm just trying to find the actual important shit in here. So hold on one sec.
Oh, well, hold on. Let me get my iPad. I can give you guys a intermission. I could be the DJ. Hold on. Wait. We have sounds? Oh, stupid. Okay, we need more. Okay, but okay, let's go to the intermission music. What the hell? This one's called Feeding the Ducks. Oh, hate it. What's the one that I usually... Oh. I wonder if any of these are better. Nope. No. Absolutely not. I feel like I've heard these on everybody else's channels. On my StreamYard, I have other songs. Like I have my... Does anybody here ever watched anything on my channel? Any of my lives?
Do you guys even know that I have a channel?
I'm not saying you should like go over and sub or
times.
anything, but like the song that I have in my intro. Does anybody know? Oh, I know CH has.
You haven't been on that channel. I don't even know the last time you were on there.
Bro, the last time that I was live on there was when we had the pig roast, and then it got
Yeah.
removed for like a year.
Yeah, so no, I couldn't tell you what song you have.
Yeah, the Holman one. Yeah.
Who are you? Who are you even?
Honestly, I probably could have been like all along. Well, no, because then that would force everybody to like pick which one they want to watch it in. I don't want to do that. Like if you were somebody else and I wasn't with you like all the time, then I could stream like when we're live, I could stream it on mine too. But I obviously wouldn't
Yeah.
do that because everybody that's here would be there. So
we
then
like
they'll
the
have to
same
like go
people.
back and forth. I wouldn't do that.
We like the same people. No, we'll just go hang out over there every once in a while. That way
Yeah,
we can
we should save my channel for like the roasty stuff. Cause like if I lose my channel, it's like really no skin off my back. So
That would really
plus it's
suck.
not monetized and stuff. Like yours is monetized. I don't, mine's not monetized because I wanted to be able to do whatever the fuck I wanted to. So
Let's do hidden true crime over there.
oh, we should. Yes,
We should
let's do that.
do all of it.
Would you guys like that? We should do that.
I would totally do that.
That way we're keeping it off like the case stuff over here.
I mean, it is kind of an interesting case too, but I'm following it, so I don't know why. I mean, should absolutely be talking about it.
Keep it for secret roast business.
And I could tell my whole history. You know my history now.
Oh yeah, dude, we spent like 4 hours on the phone the one day. She could tell me all the things.
God, it was so
Oh,
bad.
it looks like everybody would want to watch that over there.
Fuck yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
See,
Okay,
like,
CH.
a very detailed spreadsheet and timeline.
Yeah. And I have like obviously I have that one.
That's what you said.
I know, DB.
Aw, thanks, DB. Yeah, we could talk to Hella too. I know she's been deep in that.
Well, I asked Hella because I have a hard time. Like I watch her and I love her and Dolly, but like I have a hard time. First of all, I'm blind, right? And so like she puts the screenshots on like the thing. Well, like I can't see that. And I want to see it. And also I want to like organize it all. Like she does these awesome like presentations and she actually makes like slideshows and whatnot. But like
Right.
that's not my brain that's not my brain. I need to see them in like a PDF. Like I need to be able to refer back to them. So I asked her if she had Chelsea, literally, that's what I asked her. I was like, do you happen to have like all these screenshots in one, like maybe a Google Drive or something where I can
Yeah.
like see them all? And she said she didn't yet, but I'm hoping that she
Oh.
makes one because I don't want to screenshot them off her thing and then destroy the
No, she
quality of
needs
them and stuff.
she needs to do that. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Andrew,
You don't have to make thumbnails.
That's fine. I can make all the thumbnails. Andrew, I haven't seen you forever. I have missed you 20 months and counting. Holy
Oh,
shit.
Teresa, listen to this. Listen to this. Listen. Did you know about this?
No, where's that at?
If you go to where we keep the toes,
Okay, found it.
scroll down to almost at the bottom. It's above background music.
Oh. We could do a
Is that
heartbeat.
new? So you didn't notice it either. I'm only just noticing it.
No, I don't ever go down this far.
We need.
I like it.
We need more. We need the
I can just add
dun-dun. We need the like shark, the jaws thing, and we also need like we need that.
Hmm.
We need it. Okay, we could totally use that. Do they have the screaming goat? Oh my god, there's more. Where are you finding these?
They're in the back. Where you hit more sounds?
I
What?
don't have that option.
No way.
I do not see more sounds. It must only be on the computer. Oh, we need that.
Yeah, I'll take that one. Hold on.
Get rid of the gong and shit. We don't need that.
You can't get rid of it?
Well, when you add some, it gets rid of the other ones. Like you keep adding some and then other ones disappear.
They do?
Gunshot. No.
Terrible, terrible gunshot sound.
Yeah, no.
Oh.
Punch. What? What?
So stupid.
Why is the toe still on screen?
I don't know,
There.
for fun.
Do they have the screaming goat? My son thinks we should have the screaming goat 100%.
We can get the screaming goat. My husband thinks that we should have the have you seen the video about this? It's like, do you like surprises?
Oh my God, the little boy. Wait, no.
Yeah. Yes, the little boy.
The little
He's
boy with
"Where-
like the black
where-
eyes, and he's like, she's
Yeah,
like,
like, where are we
where are we
going?
going?
He's like, it's a surprise. Do you like surprises? And she's like, I do.
We
Okay,
need
I'm
that
like,
whole
oh,
like
fun.
video.
Oh yeah, he loves that. He thinks that's like the best thing ever. Oh, Andrew, holy shit. 20 of them. Thank you. Welcome to all the new members.
What? 20 memberships?
Yes, 20 new members.
Everybody's so generous tonight.
I know. Thank you, guys. It's the new year. New year, new you, huh? I posted the I'm going to be the same bitch I was in 2025, so don't expect difference.
Oh, same. I posted something too. I can't remember. I don't even remember what it said. Also, you guys can be you can feel free to cash app her. I'm just saying, or like do your super chatties or whatever. She'll never say it herself.
I won't. All right, so let's see what we can find in here. Okay, so they asked him how many times he's been in contact with law enforcement since 2017. So Professor says first contacted in February of 2017 by his own department head, who was responding to an inquiry from the Purdue police. It was passed down from the state police and turned passed to them from the FBI. Okay, so according to him, the FBI tells the state police tells the Purdue police, who contacts the head of the department.
In February 2023.
In February 2017.
Oh my God, yeah. And also February, for anybody that doesn't know, it's a short month. So from the 14th.
Where did you go?
What?
We lost you for a second.
Oh my God. Wait a minute. Testing.
You're good now.
Testing.
You were like from the 14th, and then you kind of faded away. Susie's like,
oh my God.
Have your antenna. She does. Somebody should drop it. Drop her link.
Wait, are you telling me now that I can't exit out of here and you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hold on, I'm going to exit. And then I'm going to say banana, and you tell me if you hear me say it.
Why do you sound like you're on helium? Does she sound like she's on helium to anybody else?
Oh my God, you didn't hear me say banana? What the fuck is happening? Gerald, are you in here?
Why does she sound like she's on helium?
Wait, do I? Is it?
What is
Wait,
going on?
did you click a button or something?
I did not. I don't know why you're talking like that.
I can't hear it.
I want you to read now. I want you to read with your voice.
Where are we at? Wait. And I received an email with the subject heading "Request regarding Viking history."
Like a fucking munchkin. Where the hell are you? She voices him too high for this.
It looks like I met with. Excuse me. Let me go back here. Yes, that's correct. I believe. Oh, on February the 28th or thereabouts, I met with Sergeant Buckley.
What the fuck is that? It's a goose break.
Bro, I swear to God, I did nothing. I touched nothing.
You sound like you're from the Wizard of Oz, like a little munchkin. Like you're
Oh
a
my God,
lollipop kid or something.
There's a section for a teleprompter.
What?
Confused.
I don't even know what topic we're on. I don't even know what's happening. I'm kind of into it. I don't know what's going on right now. I feel like
Watch this. Can you see the teleprompter?
No, I just hear you talking like a munchkin.
Are you looking at the screen?
Yes. I don't hear anything about bananas, and I don't see teleprompters. I don't know what's going on.
I might, if I wasn't sober for so many years, I'd think I was high. What is happening
I'm
right now?
pretty sure I'm fucking high right now, and I don't smoke.
I'm looking at the teleprompter. I said, what did you do to my voice? Go fuck yourself. You can't see that. Hold on. I'll send it. Hold on.
I'm just so confused. Do you guys see something on the screen that I don't see?
No, it says display your notes as a scrolling overlay on screen visible only to you. Oh, I guess that just means me, not you.
I don't like. No, it's like something's like hitting a speaker again.
Do you want me to stay this way, or do you want me to
You
like?
know how to fix it. I have a choice. I don't want you to leave. If this is how I must take you, then I take you this way.
Do you want me to refresh, or should I stay this way?
That sound is I can't take it seriously.
So you do want me to refresh?
I don't know what I want anymore.
Oh my god. Okay.
This sounds like a munchkin.
All right. I'll be right back. Love you. Bye.
Party munchkin. I just can't go on. My abs hurt. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's see. I'm scared.
Oh my god. You sound scratchy.
You sound terrible too. But you don't
I
sound like
do?
a munchkin. Oh, now you're better. Say something.
Something.
Say something. I'm giving up on you.
Teresa, this is your conscience.
Oh fuck. I haven't heard from you in a while.
What was Bob? Bob was he did that for Donna. Do you remember? Oh my god, every time he'd say it, I'd laugh when he'd say, Donna, this is your they had like it was like angelic sounds. It'd be like twinkling, like somebody was floating through the clouds, and he'd be like, Donna, this is your conscience.
I don't even know
It
where
was so good. It was like do do do. You know what I mean? Oh, it was so good.
we turned the echo on by accident. Did a whole episode like that on purpose, and you could hear anything, but people still listen to it. That's legit where we are right now.
Like, are we gonna pretend like we've ever heard of the show Come Town? What is the show Come Town?
I don't know. Sounds really fun though. I want to go there.
Oh, DB saved the day. He's blocking it.
I want to live there.
What if this guy lives there?
Oh.
Thomas thinks I summoned something. I pissed off Odin with the way that I said all those words today.
Loki's playing a trick on us. Thank you, Just James. And thank you, Mother of Dragons.
What was it? Doppelhaken?
Doppelhaken, yeah.
It's the mayor of Doppelhaken coming for me.
Oh, for fuck's sake, says every time that she talks, it sounds like someone's hitting like a kick drum or a fart button. Like it's funny and anxiety causing at the same time. I just don't understand why she sounded like a helium munchkin. Oh, fuck.
Eve is after you? Oh, like after you? Not after you. Like after you. Coming to get you. Bro, why does everybody keep saying that they're hearing these big farts? Are they hearing that speaker sound that you were hearing before? Is that what this is?
That's what they were hearing. Yes, when you were sounded like a munchkin, that was a munchkin farter. It's what it sounded like.
So it's still not fixed?
It was no. Now it's good. You're perfect now. You're
They're
totally
saying they still hear it.
You guys can't hear it now, can you? I don't hear it anymore.
Unless
You
they're
guys made my
behind.
day. You make me laugh so hard. She fucking kills me. I can't. I literally have tears running down my face. It's a Doppelhaken.
The mayor of Doppelhaken.
Okay. Oh, thanks, Rex. It's like, no.
Oh, okay, good. Because I was fixing to refresh again, and it's hard to tell what it'd come back as the next time.
Man, who knows? Who knows? No more goose gas. Now we know where her son gets it from. He's like, you can't hold it in. You got to do it. Okay.
Woman misses it already.
Okay. So the last thing that we were talking about was February. So he was first contacted in February of 2017. Essentially, the FBI tells the state police, tells the Purdue police who tell the department head, and he received an email with the subject heading request regarding Viking history. And it looks like he met with, excuse me, let me go back here. On February the 20th.
I already read this in my Munchkin voice.
I don't think it actually came through very well.
Oh, I tried. Sorry, people.
So on February 28th, he met with Sergeant Buckley of the state police, and there was an FBI agent who he doesn't remember her name either. So fuck off, Nicole Robertson. He met with him in his office on the 20th of February.
Okay,
then,
but in that interview with Holman, he did know her.
I think Holman says her name first. No, like, doesn't he say?
Yeah.
Nicole Robertson, and he's like, yeah, or whatever.
True.
Or maybe he's just saying it for spite's sake. He's like, she didn't fucking know my name. I'm not gonna know her name either.
Definitely. Mm-hmm.
So he said, and within 24 hours, he had produced the report that they are talking about. So what meetings beyond that? Said Sergeant Buckley and the other agent is that they only met once. There's some confusion in my mind as to whether we met or possibly have been a follow-up meeting a week after that on the 8th, because in the email chain I make some reference in an email on the 8th that it was good to see them. And it was nice meeting them that afternoon. So he possibly met with them again. So there may have been a follow-up meeting. He just doesn't remember.
The 8th of what?
March.
Okay.
So like a week after their initial meeting. He thinks he met with them again, but he doesn't remember it. So he said he submitted the report on March 2nd and possibly met with them on the 8th. Said by email to Sergeant Buckley. So after March of 2017, next contact would have been 6 years later. That would have been this past fall. There was a little email back and forth with Detective Rosenbarger of the Purdue University Police trying to set the meeting up. He was unaware at the time of the subject of that meeting.
Like, really, what did you reckon that they were going to talk to you about, sir?
So I was unaware or up till the day of the meeting, and the meeting itself, which I believe was on September the 17th.
Wrong.
Right. Well, I mean, it's close, but I think we probably made a big deal of this, though, at the time because we didn't know that it was actually the 19th.
Oh, you mean he happened to throw out a date that happened to be before the Franks memo?
Yep.
Come on.
So that was regarding this case, and then was, but with Detective Rosenberg and Trooper Holman, that interview was recorded. Did you listen to it? Yes, he listened to it. He already, I was thinking maybe I either gave you a transcribed version. I haven't seen a transcript.
Doesn't this man like demand to actually watch or listen to his interview like in the middle of this deposition?
I think so.
I think Holman sat on Sleuth.
So Holman called him a week or two before the deposition, advising me of the deposition. A subpoena, rather, was forthcoming.
Wait, his deposition or Holman's deposition?
No,
okay.
that he was about to be subpoenaed for a deposition, that Turco was. So he's giving him a heads up.
Holman, of course.
Yeah.
And then he meets with McClellan.
And then he meets with McClelland. So he says, I was provided with these 3 image files. This is sort of the more complete rendering of the linear figures. This is some investigators' cleaned up version of the same, including those lines that I believe were felt to be more intentional. And in addition, there was this rendering which I could never make anything of and never commented on.
What's that one?
That's got to be the tree.
Yeah.
Because it's just a bunch of dots, and he didn't really know what it was. And so when he's asked, like, did you see the tree? He's like, no, I didn't see the tree.
I mean, let's be so for real that if what he saw is what Barb put on court TV that day, that weird, it looked like an ink blot thing, that looks nothing like the F on the tree. Nothing.
No.
So obviously he wasn't going to be able to know what the fuck. Again, it looks like an ink blot.
Yeah, he's like, is that supposed to be a butterfly? Or
Yeah. I'm going to get my iPad so I can like skim through this too to try to find you stuff. Unless you don't want me to, because you don't want to go out of order.
you can do whatever you want. Like, this is the last thing we're going over tonight, so.
Okay.
Okay, so beyond that, there was the discussion with Sergeant Buckley, the FBI agent, and there was not a great deal of information provided. The initial contact that I received was the subject heading request regarding Viking history, so there was already kind of an interpretive framework in place with that email. And it comes to a professor of Germanic studies with the strange-looking markings. There's already kind of a framework imposed on that, right? That there might be some suspicion that there's potentially a runic background to these figures. So he kind
But
of...
he's not a rune expert, though.
He's not a runologist.
And also, are you telling me that they wanted to talk to him about sticks on a couple of dead children, and so they just shot him an email that was like, and the subject line was Viking something or other, and then what? Like, and where's that email?
Yeah, regarding Viking history. I'd like to see that email. Yeah, where is
Somebody
that?
didn't come to you in person and ask you with like pictures, and like they sent you these weird stick people and was
Yes.
like, what do you think these are? Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Like with no other information.
Yeah, absolutely not. Sorry.
So the detectives, they didn't seek out an Egyptologist because they didn't look like hieroglyphics. They didn't seek out the assyriologist because they didn't look like cuneiform writing.
How do you know? How do you know they didn't seek those people out?
The fact that they came to me already was suggestive to my mind of what they might have been thinking.
Nick told him all this stuff.
Yeah, like, probably. Or maybe maybe that's just what he thought. Like, or there's this other meeting that he doesn't even remember. He's not even sure if he met with them in March of 2017.
I just don't understand downplaying this unless, like you said earlier when you were answering somebody's question, that like when Nick talked to him the day before, he was like, the person, we thought maybe back then that was what it was. But if you go in that deposition and you say that those things look like runes and there's no link to this man that we've arrested that we know killed these girls,
yeah, you're going to let a
then they're
man
going to use that against us.
So he says at no point, the only information I was given were these renderings. The crime scene was not described. The agents were very tight-lipped. They appeared to be careful not to provide too much information. And I agreed to to study the images and see what I could come up with. And obviously, since they had come to me and given the framing of the emails, I had it in my head, he's repeating it now, that they might suspect a runic background. Again, why else come to me?
That's twice now. You're talking way too much, sir.
Yeah, and that's also weird because the email says Viking history.
Right. And again, where's this email at?
Right. I offered to exhaust that possibility as kind of a working hypothesis. That is to say, if these were some kind of runically inspired figures, then certainly for the purposes of the criminal investigation, one would want to know then what they say or what they might possibly mean. So that's the framework of my 2017 report, to give the strongest possible reading of those figures, if that's what they are, as a potential evidence, and to exhaust it. So that's my task in the 2017 report.
Okay, but can we talk about your interview where you said that they were absolutely runes?
Right. So he talked to some of the...
Exactly, all eyes. All I said, Nick was probably like, we just have to do this because these mean old defense attorneys are desperate to turn your report into something it's not. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
They probably hammered on it. Like, they're going to twist your word. That's what they say to everybody. They're going to twist your words.
Yep.
And make it colorful and dramatic. And they're going to try to say that you said something you didn't say to get this guy off.
And the irony behind that is they're not the ones twisting it. The state did.
Mm.
So I think I was able to coax out of them that at some point that, again, what appeared to be potential figures were rendered in sticks.
Okay. On top of bodies?
We literally just said that at the same time. That was, I thought, important for me.
Oh, I thought it was an echo.
No, it was me. I said the same thing. We said it exactly the same way, too. Okay. Okay, so we're going to go off the record for just a second. Okay, tell you what I'm going to do, Professor. We're going to improvise a little bit. I'm just going to write a number on here, and then we'll get you copies. Okay, lunch hour.
And then guess what number I wrote on the paper?
What? 6, 7?
We could skip this. This is him showing the diagrams.
Okay, those are just getting so that it's all on the record. Now they're talking about the Harvard
Wait.
professor.
Oh, yeah, and they wanted to keep his name off of it. I want to keep his name off the record, but I was fully willing to give all of his contact information and shit to Holman in my interview a couple months ago.
Yeah, if it's possible, I prefer to keep his name off. The context of his involvement at the time was predicated in keeping his name off of that. Well, that's not
But
what
you
said.
were gonna tell Holman that's not keeping it off the record. That's keeping it off the record to the defense.
Right. Where did he teach? I think that's in the documents. It was at Harvard. It's like a clue game. Well, this might explain why they don't get to talk to him. Foremost, because I'm not a runologist, and runology is a very specialized subfield within Old Norse studies. So I have the knowledge of, say a general practitioner in the field. I'm an ear, nose, and throat doctor. If you come to me with a heart condition, I've been to medical school. I understand something about the circulatory system, but I also know enough time to issue a referral.
Okay, and ENT is a specialist though, but okay.
He himself, as I believe I mentioned, is also not a full-time academic runologist. There, to my knowledge, really are no such specialties in this country. They tend to be in Sweden, Norway. He was also going to give the Holman all those people. I think you mentioned.
Why does he want to keep it off the record? Like, why would in 2017 him saying, "I'm asked about these runes, and I know you're like basically an expert in this, so I'd like to have a consult with you." Why would the Harvard professor's first response be like, "I want to keep my name off the record"? But then,
I don't think that's the first response. I think that's after all this stuff starts coming out with the Franks memo and everything else. And that Harvard guy's like, "Dude, I don't want anything to do with this."
Like I said, he was willing to give that information to the state. I think the idea of then testifying on behalf of the defense, because the defense would have been the ones that called him, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that and it was put in his head that they were going to, in this nationally televised, like he wouldn't know that it wasn't going to be televised, like this nationally televised trial that's being followed all over the world, and they're going to get on and try to twist what you said into you saying that these girls were ritualistically killed in a sacrifice.
Right. And that's not what he said, which is true. That's not what he said.
Right.
Okay, so then he asked him, I think.
But I'll give the name of somebody else in another country.
We'll give you all these other people. Yeah, and I certainly happy to provide the name of such an expert. So he wants to give those same names to him too. That he has a wealth of knowledge. This has got to be Baldwin. I'm not going to get into a vocabulary war with somebody that speaks a language
it's
I don't
Rosie.
hear with me. Is it Rosie? Well, it was Baldwin.
I'm pretty sure Rosie interviews this man.
If I paid attention at the beginning, I'd be able to tell you that, but I didn't. All right, do you have that in front of you? I do. The first paragraph there. I'm referring to where it says
exactly.
I'm referring to where it says summary. The first sentence says, it's not self-evident that these markings are runic descriptions. Do you see that? And then do you agree that in your audio statement that you provided, or the statement that you provided that was audio recorded back in September 2023, that you did say that those markings certainly appear to be some sort of an attempt at a runic script? You said those words.
100%.
He says, I would have to check the record to see if those are my exact words. I think any perceived contradiction between my considered opinion, as stated in a report, and the interview is an appearance only. There's a context to those comments that I think is perhaps not clear to somebody who is simply listening to the audio.
Oh, please go fuck yourself, Turco.
I'm speaking with two detectives who are familiar with my conclusion. No, they are not. That is a lie. Those two detectives are not familiar with your conclusions in your 2017 report. That is wrong.
How is DB not a mod anymore? What happened?
He must be under his other account, or it's fake. Yeah, I didn't demote. You're just on the wrong account. And so I think it points in that interview that I'm speaking from the perspective of the speculative hypothesis that I entertained in the 2017 report.
No.
No. There are perhaps points in that interview where I would have liked to have been more careful with my precise wording, you know, speaking to an audience to whom that broader context was unclear.
But okay, but you're
Oh
saying
my God.
he's saying that they were familiar with the report. He just asked you about your 2017 report. He is also familiar with your 2017 report and that interview. So he knows nothing less than what Holman knew when he was in there with you.
He knows way more than Holman did. Rose's like, okay, let me unpack that for a minute. Well, I'm looking for the audio, which I did have ready to go. Okay. Um,
Mr. Rosenberger was present.
not sure who did the transcript. Yeah, no. There's no question yet. No, that's not. That's what it's. No, that's what it says. Read them to yourself. And so I see. Okay, I know you haven't done this before. Just read them to yourself, and I'm going to ask you questions about those. Okay, so those are your words, right? Yes or no? Says they appear, as far as I know, they look familiar. So would it be better if I just dug this audio clip up? That's where you're saying like he actually just sits there and listens to it. I think they stick him in the other room.
So when Nick talked to him like the day before this deposition, he didn't go over the interview in 2023 with him?
Or give him the transcript?
Right.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't believe that. I would be more inclined to believe that Nick went through every second of that 20-minute interview and made him explain himself and gaslit him into, you didn't really mean that though, right? Because your report in 2017 says this. So were you just not being clear?
Okay, so this is them just playing that. It certainly appears to be, you know, some sort of attempt at a kind of runic, you know, script. But as to deciphering, you know, any meaning behind with that with any certainty, that's a bit of a guessing game. Okay, so Rosie says, so I just asked you if you acknowledged to Officer Holman that the renderings you were given appeared to be some sort of an attempt at a runic script. Now he's saying they might. That is very different than what he said to Holman. He said, that's what you said to him, isn't it? And on that audio interview we just listened to. He says something to that effect, yeah.
No, those are like your exact words, sir.
Yeah, literally, we just listened to you. He says, well, that was different about what was different about what I just said and what you said in that audio? Professor says, so I'm here speaking with state and university detectives who are familiar with my 2017 report. No, they are not. And with my conclusion that the figures in the questions are fundamentally ambiguous. So I'm speaking from the perspective of the speculative hypothesis that's entertained in that report, which is to say that the idea that these are runes, I think some of my remarks might be misinterpreted. That is such a fucking lie. Because Holman is going back.
And he's implying that the ones who misinterpreted it is the defense.
Right. Chris says, well, I'm just asking if you said those words. We'll have a discussion about what your interpretation is later. Were those your words, sir? He says, yes, they were. He says, and in fact, in the same interview, shortly not far ahead of where we are now, you even suggested that this appeared to be, it was a given that this appeared to be an attempt to replicate runic figures, right? He says, not entirely correct.
This is gross.
That is, this is why I wanted to do them back to back, because this guy is a fucking liar.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Now I don't like this cat. Fuck him.
Mm-hmm.
So Rosie said, let me play the audio again and we'll start from there. Okay. So we just listened to all this. We don't need to do it again.
I'd be playing the audio and stopping it every single time he stopped speaking. I'd be like, what did you just say there? How are we misinterpreting what you just said?
Well, he just keeps going back to they understood my conclusions from the 2017 report. No, they didn't. And Mr. Rosenbarfer, whatever his name is doesn't have any fucking idea who you are.
Literally, Holman
about your report. He doesn't work this at all. He has no idea about this 2017 report. It means nothing to him.
Every time Turco speaks, Holman literally says, well, from what I understand, from what someone else told him, not even Turco, like he doesn't even really refer to his report. He refers to all these things that he was told from some random unknown person or people. Rosenbarf.
So you're pretty clear about your opinion about what you believe somebody was trying to replicate here, were you not? He says, let me see if I can clarify and contextualize that. And Rosie's like, well, let me see if I can clarify the question. So did you tell Officer Holman that you believe that this appeared to be an attempt to replicate a Germanic script? He says, that was not my intention. Rosie says, did you tell him that? Says, it might be possible to interpret my words that way. That would not be my interpretation. What the fuck?
Are those the words that I just heard on the audio? Possibly. I'm not like what?
You want to listen to it again? I mean, I'm willing to let you listen again, and you can tell me if those are the words or not the words that you spoke. He goes back, and they're still playing more of it. So Rosie says, so you were pretty clear.
He deserves an entire article about exactly his flip-floppiness here, what he did here. Yeah, 100% Angel. They got to him.
Oh my gosh. So you were pretty clear when you spoke about this was in your mind an attempt by someone to try to replicate an early Germanic runic script, right? He says, I would not agree with that statement. I think what I was trying to say, perhaps muddledly, was that the idea seems a given as one idea among others. No, sir, you are lying, including the equally valid idea that this is not that. No, because Holman tried to say this could be anything. And you're like, no, it's a given that they mean something. The guess is what they mean.
This is gross.
Oh my gosh. I am so just. So I can certainly read you. I have here my own transcript of that section of the interview with my own annotations. I'd be happy to read that for you. That might be clarifying. These are the notes that he's taking when McClellan's on the phone with him.
Absolutely.
So Rosie says, I'll tell you what, I'm going to give you this transcribed statement here. It's 24 pages, okay? I'm trying to make this easy, and I'm going to let you read it all. And then I'm going to give you an opportunity to tell me if this is what you told the officer on that day, okay? And if it's not, now is the time to tell us that those are not my words. I'm not asking for an explanation at this point. I'm asking if these are your words. And if you need this audio to do that, I'm fine giving it to you. In fact, what I'm going to suggest is that we take a break. You go in the room next door, and you can take the computer in there, and you can listen, and you can read the statement, and just simply confirm with me that this is your statement. So he's saying, you're going to go sit there in that fucking room, you're going to listen to the audio with this 24-page transcript I'm about to hand you, and then you're going to tell me if those are not your fucking words and somebody wrote the wrong shit down. You go do that.
I would take his notes from him, his annotated version of whatever the fuck, and I would make him make new ones.
I don't want your annotated version of anything that you after you talk to fucking Holman on the phone and McClellan on the phone within the 2 weeks that I'm deposing you. You piece of shit. So I'll tell you what, I want to make sure it's perfectly correct. In cases of this magnitude, Professor Turco, with all due respect, it matters to us, okay? So how about we let you go next door and you can listen to the audio and follow along with the transcript and figure out if it's an exact transcription of what's in the audio. Fair? So if that's what you'd like to do.
Thomas, perjury means nothing if you have a prosecutor that's not willing to prosecute anyone for perjury. It means literally nothing.
Rosie said, I want to make sure those are your words. Would you like to do that? Professor says, I think we could probably forego that. Rosie's like, oh, hell no. Your words matter to me. Those words matter to me.
Get in there and listen.
You said that was roughly accurate. If it's roughly accurate, that's a problem. So I'm not trying to be an asshole here. I'm trying to get this clear so that we have a clear idea of what you spoke. So do you want to adopt what's in this transcript or do you want to go read it first? I'm offering up the video, audio, whatever you need to do. He goes, yeah, I suppose I could do that. So they take the break.
I suppose.
Well, yeah, because he's trying to argue that those aren't his words. And then he's trying to say you're misinterpreting them, but no, you're not. Okay, so he listens to it. Said the transcript, as far as I can tell, is accurate, but incomplete at a point. Said, tell me why it's incomplete. So this is in reference to, can I see the document? The transcript? Yes, the transcript. So there's an omission in the transcript on this is page 5, line 18. And so leading up to that point, this is the section we're beginning page 5.3. I say, yeah, no, I mean, it certainly appears to be some sort of attempt at a kind of runic, script. But as to deciphering, any meaning behind that with any certainty, that's a bit of a guessing game.
Right. Meaning it's a runic script, but you don't know the meaning, right?
So I'd have to go back and read what I wrote, but I recall tossing out a couple sort of hypotheticals. Maybe this, maybe that. But I think the idea that somebody is trying to replicate a kind of, early Germanic, runic script, that seems, I think, a given. And then I audibly say, but
Oh, did we hear that?
I don't know. Let's see. Where's this at?
Right after he says,
It would be
page 5, line 3. It has to be in the beginning.
Okay, let's go find it then.
Concerns medieval Scandinavian religion. So I'm certainly not an expert on contemporary 20th and 21st century sort of reimaginings and reinterpretations.
You Control F or whatever and just look for a couple of the words he says.
Just because of just general interest, and then also I did some homework when I met with the other officers. But
did you reach out to a colleague? It says in here a colleague and I.
There was a colleague who I'm not an expert on runes, runic inscriptions per se, which is a very very specialized area.
Okay, so what is he saying that he said? Hold on. He says. It certainly appears to be some sort of runic script.
Type that in.
Certainly appears?
Yeah.
Let's see. Right here.
He literally didn't know how to explain it, that he had to say that he shrugged.
2 minutes and 25 seconds. So let's go see.
When you looked at it, it basically could be anything, and I think you kind of put this in your report. You're like guessing it.
Yeah, no, I mean, it certainly appears to be some sort of attempt at a kind of runic script, but as to deciphering any meaning behind that with any certainty, that's a bit of a guessing game.
Right.
I would have to go back and read what I wrote, but I recall tossing out a couple of sort of hypotheticals, maybe this, maybe that. But I think the idea that somebody is trying to kind of replicate a kind of early Germanic runic script, that seems, I think, a given. But
yeah.
He said, but
he says like a given, but and then continues on. He says like multiple other times. It's literally just it's a filler. It's not that you were going to say, but I really don't think that's what it is, and then he cut you off. You were just saying it like a filler.
Yeah, but who am I?
Right.
Yeah, okay. So he's arguing that he says, but
What a piece of shit.
And at that
I'm
point,
shrugging. So he doesn't remember. He doesn't remember what he says, but he knows that at that moment he shrugged and made a questioning facial expression. He shrugged dramatically and made a questioning facial expression. He remembers that specifically, but can't remember what he said in the actual transcript. Yeah,
unbelievable. Is left out of the transcript.
Yeah.
Rosie says, okay, fair enough. So you listen to the audio and you're telling me, I want to make sure we're exactly clear on page, line 5.3, whatever. It says, yeah, no, whatever.
See, I would have jacked his ass about that.
It says, yeah, it's audible on the sound file. So Rosie says, so this is where you're talking about it. He says, I'm going to write down the word but in there. It's your opinion that should be inserted. And the professor says, yeah, as well as the but. Okay, he says, fair enough. Okay, put them all in there. The professor says, I let my thought trail off at that point.
Oh my
Okay, we
God.
already repeated that thought multiple times. Let me just say, like, and then you continue to repeat it and you never change it because that's at the 2 minute and 25-second mark, and you're still in there for another 18 fucking minutes. And at the end, when you have the opportunity to say and do whatever the fuck you want to, you talk about Twyla Gibson.
He definitely said that like exact thing like 4 times throughout the entire interview. He kept, I said it multiple times while
Absolutely.
we were listening. He reiterates that over and over again.
Absolutely.
He never says, I think I should clarify what I just said, you know,
Yeah.
or when he says it could be anything, he never just leaves it be at, yeah, it could be anything. He says, yeah, but blah, 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 definitely some type of runic, blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean?
Yep.
He's such a lying sack of shit. This
Wow.
is gross.
That's
Really
worse
gross.
than I thought it was going to be.
I remember every shrug I ever shrugged, dramatically or otherwise.
Dramatically, and all your but-uhs.
That is
Um,
insane.
So the words that were spoken on the audio, he says, yeah, that's the only omission. Everything else is accurate. He says, okay, you obviously had a chance to review that picture of the tree that I asked you about earlier. We referenced it earlier. Do you recognize that? He said, I was shown that photo early in the investigation. Wait, what?
Oh, shut the fuck up.
You obviously
Now he's saying he was shown the tree photo? Are you for real?
Yeah, I'm trying to clarify that right now because that does. You obviously had a chance to review that picture of the tree that I asked you about earlier. We referenced it earlier. Do you recognize that? He says, I was shown that photo early in the investigation. It was included in the email communication between myself and the sergeant. He said, was it a color photo or was it in black and white? This has got to be the blot still. I believe it was black and white. He said, so
But
very similar, not exactly the same as the version you brought in today. I said, yeah, I believe so. Yeah. Have you seen any photos of any crime scene photos since that time?
No, I think they're referring to the tree itself. 100%.
Why does it want to give me tree? It doesn't want to let me have it. It doesn't want to search on this.
Do you want me to get it and send it to your?
No, it's fine. You can look at it later because I want to see it. What photo he showed him, or I can just finish going through this real quick and then go back and look. So I want to see what.
Wait. Do we have the deposition? Like, do we have that as an exhibit? Oh, they probably didn't give it to us. Like, the only reason we saw the actual F tree was because it was with the appellate stuff, but I don't think that in like the record of everything up through trial, I don't think they gave it to us because it was considered a crime scene photo. I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
So there's no way to know exactly what exhibit he showed him. I don't believe. Let me look. I don't think so though.
Yeah, I said, okay, so Rosie's saying there's something that jumped out at me at the end of this interview. So there was a discussion about whether or not there had been any activity in the case. Do you generally recall having that discussion? The professor says yes. Says with Officer Buckley. If I am correct about that, basically you discovered, in a second, I'm actually looking at it. So there's a reference by one of the officers that you probably would be hearing from some defense attorneys at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Holman.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, so then you, if I'm understanding your thought process, discovered at that point when Holman said that to you that, hey, there's been an arrest made and somebody is being prosecuted. He says, correct. I was unaware of an arrest. He says, so going back to 2017 when this information was given to you, and I'm not going to use the word analyze or assess the information. You generated your report. You were doing that in some manner that was almost blind. You didn't have a lot of context for what the purpose was behind all of this. Professor says, so what I had was the image files and the conversations with the officers that took place in 2017. And that was the sum whole of the context. Rosie says, so you would agree with me if I characterized it as an independent evaluation of the information they gave you. Is that fair? I said, I don't know how else one would characterize it. I'm not a law enforcement official. I was acting in an advisory capacity. Rosie just says, an unbiased view of what you were asked to assess. Says, is that a fair characterization? He said, I would hope so. Rosie says, having reviewed your report and having listened to the interview with Trooper Holman, it became apparent to me that you were struggling with, in some respects, the potential interpretation or communications that were related to those stick formations. Is that a fair assessment? Now he says, your professor says, the interpretation of the figures that I was presented with, and I'm not recalling your precise words, but yes, it was very fraught and very difficult. You turned the report in within 24 hours. How fucking difficult was it? Okay, Rosie says, I think I understand the distinction. I'm not sure that I need
What
to go
page
back.
are you on?
42.
Okay.
I just want to see what he talks to him. He said the picture of the tree I showed you at the beginning.
So on page 20, defendants C is the tree photo, the photo of the tree. I see the defendants A is a diagram of the lines. So that would be the drawing one. B is a diagram of the lines. That would be the drawing one. C is the photo of the F tree. D is the transcribed interview. E is a crime scene photo of Abby. F is a crime scene photo of Libby. G is Holder's Facebook post. H is a side by side of Abby and Holder's Facebook post. And then I just says photos. So he was shown the photo of the tree, not.
And he said that he did see that in the email.
Yep, sure did.
So now I'm really fucking confused because he said that he didn't see that.
That's what he told Holman.
Right. But I mean, even in his report, it talks about the it literally says like the, whatever he called it. What is it? Page 7?
Rendering.
No, he calls it like a transparency, the tree lived transparent.
Where is that?
The type of tree on which this was found could be significant, as certain trees were considered sacred to certain gods. This is his report from 2017. So he's definitely talking about the tree.
So
He
did
knows
they give
it's on
him
a
the
tree.
list of the tree that was like on clear paper?
I don't know, because the Purdue report that Barb McDonald had was just those dots.
I don't know, but they showed him the tree.
Greenie's at the part where you become helium munchkin.
Oh my God.
She's dying right now. She's so far behind, but she's dying and she can't stop commenting about it.
I'm going to have to go and just listen to that part and see how everybody was reacting.
Okay, so who knows? Did this guy see a fucking picture of the tree or not? Like, I don't even know at this point.
Well, you would think that when they showed him, because they did not show him like the ink blot thing. So when they showed him the photo of the actual F on the tree, you would think that he would have said, oh, I didn't see this. This looks very deliberate, or these lines are very, like, you would think they would ask about that because it looks entirely different than what that ink blot looked. Entirely different.
Right.
I 100% think he saw the tree photo in 2017. Or he saw it from the time of his interview with Holman to the deposition.
Now. Right.
Yeah.
That's so weird. Okay. Between you and Trooper Holman was, hey, I'm assuming for the sake of this exercise that these formations were intentionally placed and that there is some meaning that is intended to be communicated. Is that a fair assumption? He said, that is my framework, of my 2017 report. So then Rosie asked, the area in which you were struggling was essentially defining a specified meaning to these things, right? It could mean this, it could mean that, like a wolf could mean A, it could mean B, it could mean C.
Right.
The professor says that is within the framework of the speculative hypothesis, right? So there are two difficulties here. One would be construing any possible meaning to these figures with the working hypothetical assumption that they are in fact some attempt of rendering something in runic or rune-like characters. That's the speculative hypothesis of the report. The other difficulty is presented by the other possibility, which is not entertained for the purposes of my report, that these are not runic characters. That is not what he was telling Holman. He did not say that to Holman. And Holman did, no matter what, I don't give a fuck what this professor wants to say. There is nothing in that interview that would lead anybody to believe that Holman knew the context or the meanings or the interpretation of that 2017 report. That fucking guy doesn't know shit about shit, and he doesn't even act like he does. So why is he taking it back and saying now that there's a whole other possibility? He continues to say to Holman, it's a given. It's clearly obvious that this is meant to be runic scripture. I just don't know what it means, because it could mean so many different things. But it's pretty clear. These are runic characters here. And it's ultimately, it is impossible for me to say with any certainty one way or the other what these are. What a fucking coward. But what you do acknowledge, so Rosie says, what you do acknowledge is that the formations, you said, it's quite plausible that those are intentionally placed formations, right? You recognize those images in the course of your educational background. He says that I'm not sure about. But it seems that the detectives felt that the figures were left intentionally, that these were not branches that fell from a tree into a pattern. Not having seen the actual crime scene photos, but only someone else's abstract rendering thereof. This is already an interpretation. So therefore, that's difficult for me to say within the context of. Rosie says, hold on a minute. I think you answered my question. I'm not trying to cut you off. So go back to page 1. The first paragraph, you specifically indicated that these markings, the ones that you were given, constitute an inscription inspired by Norse runes or modern creations thereof. Is quite plausible. He says it is a plausible argument. Quite plausible is what you said. Quite plausible. Yes, my words. Then I think what you were telling me a minute ago is maybe we do agree on this, that these sticks did not end up in their final location by some act of Mother Nature, some random act of Mother Nature, right? Professor says, I don't know how they got there. Rosie says, that was the understanding that you had with regard to talking with law enforcement. Professor says, that's what law enforcement communicated. That they were intentionally placed there. So that was their suspicion, yeah. I don't know what they would call it, their working hypothesis that they appeared to be intentional. These are the crime scene photos, okay, Professor Turco, and I know not everybody looks at these like we do in the normal course of business, but I'm going to have to hand them to you, all right? So E is a photo of one of the young ladies. Have you ever seen that photo? He says, no. And in that photo, there are stick formations. Do you see that? I do. And does that formation appear to generally mimic one of the formations that you were given in the diagram that was offered up to you by the officers of the law enforcement community in this case? He said, generally, I would say so. Would you agree with me, just for the sake of discussion amongst lay people even, that those appear to be intentionally placed stick formations, not something that was just an act of nature? Professor says they appear to be on top of the body. I'm not sure how else they would have gotten there. Rosie says, would you agree with me that that particular stick formation is consistent with, let me direct your attention to page 2 of your report, is consistent with your reproduction of this Hegel rune or Hegel's rune and the conversation or the literature that occurs thereafter. We're comparing apples to apples is my point. Professor says, yeah, it's consistent with the image, which is what was conveyed to me by the inspectors. And as to whether that is a rune or not, or intended to be a runic figure or not, and then if so, then which one, that is unclear. He is totally changing his words. Second photo of the crime scene. On the right side of the, okay, so he says, this is obviously a part of the first, is on the left side of here, and this is a shot from further out. This is F. On the right side of the F, there's frankly a small tree. I'm going to describe it as that, and some stick figures in front of a body. Do you see those? It says, I do, yes. So wait, is this the stick figures that are in the puddle of blood then? Said, are those the configuration of those sticks? Is it generally consistent with the configuration that you were offered up by the officers in this case and reflect on page 2?
No, it's body pictures.
I would have to say no. So do you think it's different?
Yeah.
So I would have to study that at some length. Abstract rendering that I was provided with, to my mind, is much clearer than this. If I had seen this photo in lieu of a line drawing, I doubt very much that I would have surmised that there's a runic background to those sticks. It appears to be much clearer in the line drawing here. If I find it again, it's very difficult for me to unsee my own conjectures, hypotheses. But looking at that with fresh eyes, I don't think I would have come up with this.
What a fucking whack job. He's also a whack job cunt.
You must be hanging out with Walla. So, okay, so you're saying that had you been given different information by law enforcement, you might have had a different opinion. He said that's possible. It's impossible to know.
Well, then why the fuck would you say that you would probably come up with something different?
Since I was not shown this particular image, would you agree with me that this is a little tougher to see the stick formations because of the background of the leaves and things of that nature, and it would take a little bit more time to go through and sketch this out to see how consistent it is. Oh, we get a reaction.
Oh, you pieces of shit, of course.
Something about the tree, right? It begins on the thigh of her left leg and proceeds at an upward diagonal. The upper right-hand corner, is that, to the best of your knowledge, is that the stick part of this larger branch? Rosie says, I'm not going to have an opinion about it because I don't want to change your mind. Huh, interesting. Hey, Gray Space.
Is that stick part of this larger branch? So that might impact your opinion? That would potentially impact my opinion. Okay, meaning what? Oh, we just don't ask? Okay,
We don't even ask that. So let me show you what's been marked as G. You haven't seen it before. I have not. Do you have a chance to look at that image? Nope, that's redacted.
Wow.
So look familiar to you as the color rendering of that tree, of the tree that you were offered up. He says, I received a black and white image of this. And then on the image on the left, I'm assuming you don't recognize it because that, and I've not seen that previously, but we don't know which one.
Okay, so this is them comparing. Oh wait, what did I tell you that G was?
I don't remember.
Or what letter was that that he just said? G or defendant's G. What was the one he gave him right before that?
F.
F. Okay, so why is this running slow? All right, Turco. So F and G. F is the crime scene photo of Libby, and G is Brad Holder's Facebook post.
Oh, okay. So he said to any of those symbols in the runic alphabet that you have been looking at in your report.
And then H is going to be the side-by-side of Abby and then Holder's Facebook post.
Okay. The way that it was offered to me, then it looks roughly like an English F. And there are two characters. This has to be the F tray. In the runic alphabet, which bear resemblance to an English F, if you turn it on its side or the other way, then it would look different, of course. So Baldwin pipes in something about the runes looking familiar. Phonetic value of F, and the other would have the phonetic value of A. They go by different names in different time periods historically. This is when the things are pointed up and the things are pointed down. So there are different runic alphabets used over time, but generally speaking, there are two runes that resemble an English F. One is sometimes referred to as Fehu or Feya, and it's a bit different. Well, they're both. He had to have moved on. So what's H?
H is the side-by-side of Abby and
what's I?
Holder's Facebook post. It just says F photos. So I think like examples of the F runes.
Okay, so somewhat different than that stick formation insofar as to whether the rune, there's a central vertical stave. They're going over stuff that Holman did not talk to him about. Can we create the characters? So in the Fehu rune routine, you would have a clear upward ascending double line. We already know this stuff. Okay, so I'm not going to worry about that because he doesn't even get questioned about that before. Okay, so Rosie says.
So you're right. He was looking at photos of an F.
Yeah, so he's looking at exhibit I. And here, this stick is neither ascending or descending, so that would be problematic. This one might be ascending slightly. It's sort of difficult to say exactly how it's oriented vis-a-vis the longer stick that these two are branching off from. There might be a light upwards ascent in the upper line, but the lower, if that's the correct orientation, that line appears to be perpendicular to the vertical. So like a straight line off of the F, and then the other one's pointing up. So
Also, no one except for the person that put those sticks there would know if you were meant to be looking at the sticks from the girls' feet or from the girls' heads
right.
or from their sides or sides. You know what I mean? He's gross. What a
Mhm.
nerd. Fucking dweeb.
So he said, you would acknowledge that the alphabet that you're working off of in your report is one with perfect angles and lines because it was generated by a computer, right? Professor says that is the way the characters are drawn, either by a computer or by someone who is skilled in the carving or writing of runes. And so Rosie's like, yeah, somebody who's actually using a device, not like their hand.
Their hand and a bumpy tree.
Yeah. So all runic figures are angular. No circles, no round edges. It says, historically speaking, there are no round figures in the runic inscription due to the nature of the materials.
Exactly.
Because they're making them with tools instead of with a hand. Well, the nature of the materials probably more importantly because historically these would have been carved into a rock. They would have been etched into wood, and it's very difficult to make curved figures in stone or wood going against the grain. So what you find is, except in sort of modern reinterpretations of these figures, all historical runic inscriptions which are inscribed are angular. They consist of intersecting straight lines.
Right. Makes
Rosie
perfect
says,
sense.
yeah, so in a similar way, it would be kind of hard to replicate with perfection a rune with some sticks that you took off the ground because they would have to be naturally exactly straight, right?
Yep.
Said, I would imagine that would be the case, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Rosie says, and the one thing that I also noted in your report is that apparently there's some historical connection between these Norse pagan beliefs and the manner in which they saw trees as sacred in the universe. Now, Professor says it's very difficult to say anything with certainty.
Bro, for as certain as he was in that conversation with Holman, the level of everything's uncertain here is beyond me. I just don't understand.
Could be significant. This is from his report. Oak and yew in particular are significant types of trees and were considered sacred to certain gods.
Oak you, Turco.
From his fucking report. And he's like, I don't know, it's kind of difficult to say with any certainty. These are typically several hundred years after the conversion of Scandinavia to Christianity, where it suggested that certain trees were sacred to certain gods. Said, so while more modern literature might include that, the connection to the medieval times is a little bit more difficult too. He said those ideas appear in medieval sources. Okay, I don't want another history lesson. Now they're talking about Okay, so Baldwin now pops in. Here's a couple questions. Says, if I represented to you that there was a suspect and that side by side that you saw was
so H
I represented
is
that was a suspect. That was a close-up of his hand that he drew on a couple of weeks after the murders took place. And he had a connection to that particular victim. Would that, and that suspect had a fascination with runes, would that type of context help you in making a better determination of whether what was on that girl was a rune?
So this is H, which is the side by side of Abby's body, and then the picture holder of his hand with the asterisks that he combined the Gibo and Isa rune.
So Professor says, I don't know that it would. There's certainly a similarity between the two figures. As to whether either of those are runically inspired, just looking at the photos, I think you're aware of my deliberations in that regard already.
The man literally says that they are two runes. You don't have to guess.
I know he does. Yeah. But now this guy's like, I don't know if I'd go that far. He's like, it's a bit curious, of course, because the author of this post, assuming that he is, when he says Gibo, it's not entirely clear to me whether he's referring to this rune.
Oh my God.
Within the framework of the speculative hypothesis that these are runes, I would identify that routine differently.
Okay, why are you speculating when the man wrote, here is my hand with a drawing on it. I had Gibo and I combined it with Isa, and this is what I got.
You're right. And he's like, I don't know if I would say that those are runes. The Baldwins, are you talking about the one that resembles the Hegel? He says the Gibo, within the context of the hypothesis in my report, this is page 2, and discussing the asterisk-like looking black
great
figure,
question.
I tentatively, again, within the speculative framework,
Oh my
identified
God.
this as a potential Hegel rune. It does not appear to be a historical Hegel rune if it were one, because of the equal lengths of the lines that looks potentially more similar to a kind of 19th or 20th century reimagination of that character within the context of the late 19th, early 20th century German cult or cultism. The
Okay, so it does
historical
look like a fucking rune?
would have one long vertical line and two much shorter intersecting diagonal lines. Or in an earlier phase of the alphabet, it would be represented differently, looking something like an English letter H, which instead of a straight perpendicular line with a descending line, or sometimes a double line. Okay, why
Die
is
in
he
a
going,
hole. Die in a fucking hole. I'm
why
tired of
is he
this.
going back? Now he keeps going back like the earlier representations. When he's telling Holman, this doesn't have anything to do with the earlier representations. This is all the new shit.
I can't fucking stand it. Carrie, I hope you're working on an article about this man so we can share it far and wide.
The author, if I read this correctly, appears to, if he's assuming he's referring to this image as potentially as a Gibo rune, which is, I'm going to double check here to make sure I'm not speaking out of turn, since I'm not a runologist, but I believe that's a relatively late rune and really more of a modern rune. I think he's, let's see. Yeah, that's not part of the early runic alphabet. You already told Holman that none of this is part of the early runic alphabet.
So
That's not what you believe.
is he saying that despite Holder saying that what is on his hand is two combined runes to make a bind rune
Yeah.
on his hand that he drew, that we'd be speculating that that's actually the one he's talking about, the picture he drew on his hand
Right.
in the picture that
I
he
mean,
then put.
he just keeps going back to this is not an old early runic rune. Well, no shit. Nobody's saying that it is.
Do you have this post? If not, I can send it to you.
I mean, I do, but it's buried in Google
I
Drive.
figured.
Without my third screen, it's very hard to find shit. Which
Here, I
hopefully
have
soon
it.
I'll have my new third screen, so I'll be back in business. Otherwise, I have to like dig through everything on here, and because this is my other screen, StreamYard.
Hold on, I'm sending it to your thing right now. I have it. It's from April 7th, 2017. So, like a month and a half later.
I think everybody's seen this, right?
Where's my messenger? Well, I don't know. There's people in here that probably haven't seen it. Messenger. My thing's running slow. I think I probably need to restart it. I'm going to send this to you first, but this guy's a piece of shit.
I'm actually really surprised about how
I'm appalled.
I dislike this guy now.
All right, I sent both. I sent like, oh, well, you see it, just the picture, and then I got the what he actually wrote. So see what he actually wrote, and then what this dickhead's trying to
For the
say that
past
he
2
maybe
days,
means
I've
or
drawn
doesn't
the
mean.
Gibo rune. Last Saturday, I hit a deer on the way home from work.
So that's the picture of his hand, people, and then this is what he wrote.
Earlier this week, I sold my Dodge. With that money, I
Mhm.
ordered a new bumper. This morning, I hit a raccoon on the way to work. Not that I don't appreciate the gifts the gods are giving me, both positive and negative. I don't think my nerves can handle much more gift giving. Let's try to slow this down with an Isa rune. Isa Gibo, Isa Gibo, Isa Gibo. Isabo, Isabo, Isabo.
And then literally fucking drew it on his hand. And now Turco's sitting here saying, well, maybe that's not the rune he's talking about. Maybe he's talking about one we can't see in the picture. Are you serious?
I don't know. It's kind of an odd thing. Maybe you're right.
Yeah, sold his Dodge. For anyone that doesn't know, this Brad Holder, like right after the girls were murdered, he got a new phone with a new phone number. He sold his truck, the one that he was supposedly seen in for his alibi. He got rid of it and got a new truck. He put down his dog. He moved. Thien, I know, had the list with me. What else did he do, Thien? I can't remember. I feel like there's more
He
than
got rid
one.
of his dog.
He
He
started
moved,
calling out of work.
quit his job. I'm pretty sure that's it. Quit the gym.
Kept playing hooky with work.
Yeah. So he quits his job or ends up getting fired because he plays hooky. He gave away his dog, sold his car, got rid of his house. I don't think he put the dog down. I think he gave the dog away. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. But I don't think
I think he put it down.
Did he?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he put the dog down.
Changed
Thien
his
will
call.
know. We've literally had this conversation. Did he shave his beard? I can't remember. I thought there was
I have to
another
go back to
thing.
his pictures and actually look. I don't know that he put the dog down, so I don't want to say that until somebody can confirm that because I thought he just got rid of the dog. I thought he rehomed it, but I thought the dog went to live with Chloe.
I think I have the post, so I'll look for the post.
Okay.
I'm talking about.
If it's probably all in my Prezi and I just don't remember it. Took a shower holding his junk.
Shaved his entire body on live while listening to opera music. The dog is with Chloe upstate.
That's what I said. I think the dog went to live with Chloe. Okay, so Baldwin says, I did want to kind of clear up the distinction between, and here, Professor's like, let me add something. This is on the last page of my report. I include a modern esoteric interpretation and a modern rune lore. Rune casting is really a bottomless pit. There's just the amount of books and material on that subject. I'm not familiar with it. It's rather insurmountable. Again, here's a modern interpretation of Gibo, and again, it looks like an X. It doesn't have that central vertical line. No shit. That's because that's Isa. So it's possible, Baldwin says it's possible that he's referring to what's contained on that, the fleshy part of his hand there, incorrectly because it's not Gibo, or he's referring to something else. Professor says he's not referring to it. Yeah, I suppose those are the logical alternatives. No, it isn't. No, the most logical alternative is that it is exactly what he says, and it's a fucking bind rune. And so Rosie says, but is it a rune? Is it a Gibo rune? And Witness says, it is a modern rune. Rosie says, okay. Witness says, but that does not resemble a modern Gibo.
Yeah, because
Rosie
it's combined. It's a bind rune.
Rosie says, in the context of what you're seeing there, it all makes sense, right? I mean, there's a discussion about runes in the text, and then there's a photo of something that looks like a rune, right? The Witness says, I wouldn't say that all of this makes sense.
Please.
Why is he making this so hard?
He's fucking horrendous. He's an horrendous human being. I can't even stand it.
Baldwin says, even though you're not a runologist, you are educated in what a rune looks like, though. Is that fair to say? He says, yeah, that's fair to say. So Baldwin says, I'm going to read again from the first page of your report that you prepared. It sounds like March the 1st of 2017. It says, the argument that these markings constitute an inscription inspired by Norse runes or modern recreations thereof is quite plausible. Baldwin says, did you ever tell Buckley or anybody else that those sketches that you looked at were not Odinism or any type of cult worshiping or any type of group that would have conducted the crime? Professor says, so Odinism per se was never discussed in this case prior to my knowledge, not in my presence prior to 2023. I think the first indication, the first time I heard that word mentioned in conjunction with this material was in September of 2023. So I was never asked about Odinism. I certainly would have made clear, had I been, that I am in no way, shape, or form an expert on Odinism or any form of contemporary neo-pagan or neo-heathen religion. That's really not my field. He says, are cults? He says, certainly not. Yeah, cults, rituals, murder, I have no expertise to offer those in that area, those areas. Right. So McClellan pops in. It says, so I want to start with your report, and I want to, I guess, get a general overview of your report. When I read your report, I took it as saying these images that you saw are not self-evident that they're runes or have any runic heritage in them, but assuming they did, this is possibly what they mean. Is that a fair summary of your report? He says that's accurate. McClellan says, and you had mentioned earlier, you said, I don't know how you said it, but the fact that these sticks were used to make these designs would not be indicative of runes because runes are carved into sticks, not made with sticks. This is not what he said. Hi, Michael. This is not what he told Holman. So he says that would be unprecedented to my knowledge. So historical runic figures are always inscribed in either wood or in stone. Now, to my knowledge, I've never come across, and I've done a bit of homework.
How do you carve something out of water? Did you say water?
What? No, wood or stone.
Oh.
Including in what little neo-pagan rune manuals I've glanced at, I'm not familiar with any such practice of constructing runes out of sticks. These potential for confusion here, since runes are sometimes referred to in poetry, in Old Norse poetry, which is famously dense and sometimes nearly indecipherable. They are sometimes referred to as branches, twigs, sticks, and as kind of a poetic metaphor for runes. But there are no indications of runes ever being conducted out of branches, but rather carved onto them. So all the photos on Brad Holder's Facebook, where he has all of his little stick runes that he just randomly comes across, that means they're just not runes because Professor Turco said so. And of course, runes that were constructed out of branches would not have survived in the archaeological record, but there is no reference to such a practice in the medieval texts. McClellan says, and then if we move to your hypothesis, the assumption that these sticks are runes, there's some major issues with that. One being that you can't establish a text from those stick formations. And then even if you could establish that there's a text to that stick formation, you can't interpret what the text means. Says that is correct. Now that is correct. He cannot interpret what the text means. We all agree with you. So Professor says, even adopting the hypothesis, casting aside all legitimate doubt as to whether these are runes or not, it's quite difficult. There are two stages in the interpretation of runic inscriptions. The first is to establish a text. What are the characters? What do they say? And that's often very contentious, since a lot of runes look a lot like a lot of other runes. The historical record is incomplete. Inscriptions in stone may be weather-worn, chipped, etc. So that's the first stage. And then even after one has established a text, then the interpretation of that text is often very fraught. So it's difficult to establish a text in this case. I, of course, make my conjectures as offered in the report. The central figure, I come with as many as 4 possible interpretations of that figure. The first one, we know all this, we already read it. There's a question in my mind, as stated in the report, whether the central figure is in fact a rune at all. Where's that at? Oh, because he says it might be the wolf one, or rather a kind of symbol, and so on and so forth. So Nick says, let's take a step further in your hypothesis. If someone were to say not only these are runes, but these are Odinistic runes or runes based on Odinism, you wouldn't be able to comment on that at all because that's not your area of expertise. He says, I would have to defer to someone who had expertise in Odinism per se. What I can say from my vantage point as a scholar of medieval literature is that these runes, as identified, so including all of the various options, taking a broad view of the potential interpretations, none of these are specifically Odinic. So these runes, so he's again clarifying that these are fucking runes.
Mm-hmm.
So there are other runes that certainly, to my knowledge, in contemporary tradition, are associated with Odin. These are not those runes. Disagree, since they're the exact fucking runes that are all over all the people who are Asatru and Odinists. Now, in relation to the information, okay, this is Nick again, that you know about Odinism and Odin, is there a history in Odinism of human sacrifice? Okay, here we go again with that. Not to my knowledge. So if there was a ritualistic killing based in Odinism, if one happened today, it would be the first of its kind. Professor's like, that's the issue. So let's say we assume for the sake of argument that this is a ritual human sacrifice, an Odinistic ritual human sacrifice. This would be, to the best of my knowledge, and I think to anyone's, the only example thereof. So the data set of one, there's really no basis of a comparison to my knowledge. Okay, we talked about that with Holman. We talked about if you Google it, then people would absolutely get the impression that there is human sacrifice in Odinism in this Norse pagan world. Okay, so Nick's going to show him Exhibit 1. Just yourself, Joe. Okay. What is? Oh, this is Richard Allen's third Frank's notice request for Frank's hearing based upon newly discovered evidence. I want to have you look at the subsection of number 18. And it carries from that page over to the next. Just read it to yourself. Okay, have you finished reading it? Do you think that accurately summarizes your report from 2017? It says, well, my report from 2017 is really delimited to exhausting the potential interpretation of the figure. So I really don't get into the subject of human sacrifices for the purpose of that report, but I think that's otherwise accurate. Nick says, do you think that text accurately summarizes the conversation that you had with Detective Holman in September of 2023? Said I would say so. We don't know what it says. We have to go back and find that. Now I'm going to draw your attention to I think it's the 5th page. They're not numbered, but it's numbered subsection 22, and it starts at the bottom of this page. There's basically just one line, but I want to have you read that subsection. Okay, read it. Someone's written of the conversation between, this is just a summary of the conversation with Holman. Does it accurately describe the conversation you had with Holman? He says, yeah. So, I mean, as what went through the mind of an individual or group, who committed such a crime, I obviously can't speak to. I cannot speak to that. There's Hollywood Vikings perform human sacrifices. If you go watch season 5 of Netflix, The Vikings, or there's several films, Valhalla Rising, 13th Warrior, where Viking sacrifices are depicted. Said, I would not agree that I told Holman that it was a given that the arrangement of sticks were part of a runic script. Oh my God, that's literally what he said. He's all, I think that's pretty much a given. Is that, what?
This feels gaslighty.
Yeah, like you didn't hear me say that. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, it's in the transcript? Well, you didn't hear my body language.
You didn't hear me say but
You couldn't see me shrug my shoulders dramatically.
Dramatically.
And look
Dramatically.
confused and uncertain.
I think what I expressed was that the idea was a given or something along those lines as one idea. No, you didn't. There was nothing along those lines as one idea among others. You're a fucking liar. And certainly as an idea that I entertained in my 2017 report. But, huh. Seems to be something he likes to say at the end of a sentence.
Mm-hmm.
Is it fair to say that the first segment you read more accurately describes the conversation between you and Holman as opposed to the second? He said, yes, I would say so. I don't have any other questions. Okay. Now, Rosie comes back. When you say that in your report at the beginning that it's not self-evident that these are runic inscriptions, you're familiar with that statement? Professor says, I believe the first sentence of page 1 is, it is not self-evident that these markings are runic inscriptions. Rosie says, what you mean is that just looking at those diagrams on a piece of paper doesn't give you the context to draw that conclusion, right? I said, certainly. Rosie said, in other words, you'd have to see Thor standing over them with whatever tool it is that he carved inscriptions into, give you some context, right? So it would be self-evident. He said, Professor says, if Thor was standing next to it? Rosie's like, yes. Professor says, yeah, that would be a context clue. So, Mr. McClellan asked you some questions about, I don't even know what question he asked you, frankly, but you started talking about the fact that these runes were most often or maybe always seen carved in rocks or in the wood or things of that nature. Do you recall that line of questioning? He says, yeah, historical Germanic runes. Says, do you recall that line of questioning? He says, yes. Rosie says, it wouldn't be unusual, though, in modern times to see people try to replicate these things in other ways, would it? Professor says they are pervasive in the popular culture. They're on the internet, they're in Hollywood movies, they're in Marvel comics, they're on heavy metal album covers, so on and so forth. Rosie says, so the answer is yes. Professor says, I don't even remember the question.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
The question is, it would not be uncommon to replicate these in other ways in the modern times. And he just so goes into Marvel comics and shit. Says, well, the question was, it wouldn't be unusual to see people try to replicate these runes in other fashions in modern society. Says, I don't think it would be, no. I've just rattled quite often. A few examples, yeah. In fact, what I think you're saying is it happens quite often. Professor says they are pervasive symbols, yeah, in our popular culture. Rosie says, as I'm looking at your report and specifically your analysis of the possible meaning of these formations on page 2, for example, you talk about the Hegel rune. Says, and the Wolf's Angel. I'm going to hack some of these up, but Ewas or Eho, as I read this, what I'm taking from this is that there's actually quite a bit of flexibility or discretion that can be exercised in interpreting what these meanings are. In other words, it might mean one thing to one person, but it could mean another to another person. Is that what you're trying to communicate? He says, I think that's fair to say. Rosie says, and then with regard to the statement that do you recall having a brief discussion with Mr. McClellan about human sacrifice just a minute ago? He says, yes. Is it an execution, you know, a judicial execution? Is it a human sacrifice? People argue back and forth. This is from his transcript with Holman, where he says, yeah, some people do believe it's human sacrifice. Still quoting, and he said, I think what's probably more important from your perspective is that it's widely believed in the 19th century sources, which are the kind of thing that are freely available online. When you Google, that comes up that, yes, the Vikings practiced, you know, ritual killings, right? And sacrifices. Rosie says, those are your words, right? Turco's like, I believe so, yeah. Rosie says, and what you're communicating here is that in more modern times, there's a connection between these sacrificial practices and these
Well,
ancient beliefs.
Hold on, because Michael said someone who should know said he was surprised. Said he was surprised to see Brad Holder's rune when he looked at the crime scene photos. Does he mean Turco? Because Turco definitely didn't seem surprised reading this deposition. He actually tried to say that that wasn't really what it was. Like that he might not have been referring to the drawing on his hand as a rune.
Yeah, who was someone who should know said he was surprised to see BH's room when he looked at the crime scene photo. I think it's somebody more recent that saw the crime scene photos and was surprised to see Brad Holder's rune. And that person would know Brad Holder's rune. That's what I'm interpreting that as, but I'm going to wait for him to clarify. And hi, Labrance. I don't know if I ever thanked you, but I want to thank you for what you did. And you know what I'm talking about. I want to know how this guy qualified as an expert. So he's not technically, he's never testified in court as an expert on anything. Another racist guy. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Yeah, I'm not gonna say who, but I think I know exactly what you're talking about.
Oh, not someone in the depositions or anything?
No. Another person who knows Brad Holder from this group saw the crime scene photos and was like, that's like a Brad Holder room.
Oh, didn't we read that though?
I honestly don't remember, so I don't know if I should say.
Well, message it to me.
Okay.
Because I feel like I remember reading that.
Or that's what I'm like, did I tell you that? I don't know. And if somebody in chat says it, then I'll just say yes or no. But I don't know.
Like, I don't know if I thought that it. Well, see, that's who I'm thinking, but I don't think that's where I know it from. Like, I think it. I don't know why I thought it was like.
It's a big
Patrick
guy.
Westphal, or if it was like
No.
Johnny Messer. Like, I feel like it was some. I don't think it's that. I don't think that was
No,
the person that we were.
Nobody deposed. Not from my understanding. I'm almost done, babe, and then we can go.
Okay, go.
Oh, okay, then go. I'll see you I'll see you later. I'll meet you somewhere.
Wait, when are you gonna be done?
We're almost done.
Like how many minutes?
I don't know.
Oh,
10 minutes, if even. Like, we're right at the end.
We won't go any more than 10 minutes. We'll make sure she gets off in 10 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. What you're communicating here is that in the more modern times, there's a connection between these sacrificial practices and these ancient beliefs, and that has evolved into more modern times. Professor says there's an idea in the popular imagination, most recently fed by Hollywood, that human sacrifices were part of the Viking culture. Rosie says, which is really what you said earlier. If you watch Netflix, you might believe this stuff. Professor says, more or less, yeah. Now Baldwin comes back. I don't know. I think that was a really fucking good ending. But here Baldwin comes back. He's, are you saying there's never been a death associated with Odinism? Guy's like, I don't know. Professor's like, I don't know. He's like, I thought that's what you said earlier. And Professor's like, that I can't speak to. I'm not an expert on Odinism. I'm not aware of any individual has previously claimed to have killed in the name of Odin or not. In the more contemporary context, I'm unaware of that. There is, of course, in no contemporary religion avows a belief in or the practice of human sacrifice for obvious reasons, right? Baldwin says, because I just Googled Odinism and murder, and I pulled up a few articles, one called White Supremacists Are Killing in the Name of Ancient Nordic Religion in 2017. And then Professor says, it may well be all, I don't think there's any, any religion or any religious denomination that doesn't have criminals among them. There are, crimes committed by people of all the religious beliefs. I'm not aware that there is a higher rate of crime or prevalence of crime among self-identified neo-pagans or neo-heathens. I simply haven't, I don't know if that data is available. I've certainly never looked into it. Baldwin says, that's fine. Since you're not an Odinist expert or a cult expert, you would have never told police that the sticks were not Odinism or not any type of cult worshiping. Professor says, that was not a hypothesis that I was asked to weigh in on in 2017, and I certainly would have declined to do so. Okay. Yeah, holy crap, this guy. Yeah, from going through all of this, it's very clear to me that Professor Turco absolutely believed that these sticks were runic script. He did not want to nail down what he believed they said or meant. And that kind of continues on throughout his report. It continues on throughout his interview with Holman until they start questioning him in this deposition. And then he's like, well, they knew the context and the reason for my report. Well, no, they didn't. And he starts kind of wavering on that to like make it so that they're misinterpreting the way he said things. But he was very clear multiple times that this was a given, that it was absolutely runic script. He just could not tell you what each meant. And he gave you his hypotheses on his top 4 meanings for the runic script. I don't know what they did to him. But that conversation with Holman and the other conversation with McClelland. Why would McClelland be talking to this professor? I need a lawyer to answer this for me, I think. Why would McClelland be talking to this professor prior to his deposition? Does anybody have an answer for that? He was not going to be a state witness. Why would he didn't have to tell him he was about to be subpoenaed or that he was going to be needed at a deposition, because Holman already took care of that in the phone call. What's the reason that the prosecutor would need to contact Professor Turco?
Yeah, we did point that out earlier, Michael, that Holman's interview with Turco was the day after the Franks memo.
Yeah. Is that normal? If he's not going to be your witness, why do you care to contact him?
And then does he even ask him any questions here in this deposition? I don't think he does.
Yeah, just here at the end, this was last like 10, he asked him.
Basically to confirm that none of it's true.
Right.
That's not runes, blah, blah, blah.
So he brought up the document that he's referring to is, I don't know if you guys remember the back and forth where the defense was putting in motion stating that Turco said XYZ and like using line items from transcripts. And then Nick McClelland in his responses was saying, no, this is what he said, because the defense had said what Turco should have said was this. And then Nick's like, he never said that. And it's like, no shit, he didn't say that. That's not even what they said he said. They're saying he should have said this. If he was actually telling the truth, he would have said this. So Nick in this deposition is showing the professor the back and forth of what was said to, this is so confusing, of what was said to have been said by the defense team, and then what was said to have been said by Nick, and asking him which one was more accurate. And getting him to say that the prosecutor's motion was more accurate than the defense's. Well, yeah, because he never actually said the things the defense is saying he should have said, if that's what he was saying. I know that's like, somebody clip that and fucking make sense of it. Yeah, we have the guy. Don't go fucking it up. You say something stupid in this deposition and this guy's going to go free. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what they say to make people change their minds and start. Is it just master? Nick is a master manipulator. He is absolutely a master manipulator. So Holman is not. Holman's just a fucking big lug of an idiot who just acts like he did more than he ever fucking did. But he's not a manipulator. He's not even a good investigator. Nick is a major manipulative person. So I don't believe that Holman got to this guy. I believe that Nick got to this guy. I just don't know what he said, obviously. They should have never deposed Turco. They had what they needed from the Holman interview. But I think the issue that they wanted to depose him was because they were trying to get clarification that he actually said these things the way that they were interpreting them, because Nick was trying to gaslight everybody saying that's not what he said and that's not how he meant it. And here's Turco's saying, yeah, the defense is they're not interpreting what I said correctly. So I think they wanted to depose him to say, hey, no, like, we're interpreting what you said and here's your fucking words. And that's why Rosie was like, do you want to go sit in the other room and listen and watch it? And you can read the transcript and tell me what you said that isn't actually in there, or vice versa, since you want to be a little bitch about it, Turco. So, Sleuthy, where'd you go? I lost you.
I'm here. I'm reading the.
Couldn't even impeach him on the stand though, because they couldn't get him in court. They couldn't get him to testify. I mean, I get what you're saying. I do. I really do. They should have put him on the stand for well, if they'd had a Franks hearing, they probably would have.
Oh, Michael said they should have never deposed.
Yeah.
They should never have deposed. Yeah, I agree with that. They would have been better off just having what he said in that interview, because he had a chance to walk back every single thing he said.
Yeah. Little bitch. Yeah, Nick does know a guy that does fires, Jenny. Yeah, I think the whole thing is, Brian, like, put him on the stand. I don't know what
I think they're talking about impeach. Well, they never had Turco on the stand. I guess they could impeach Holman. Like, if Holman tried to say that they talked to a Purdue professor that said that it had nothing to do with it, then I guess maybe they could have used the audio to say, isn't this what he actually said? Or would they have had to call Turco?
I think that they could have called Turco during the hearings for third party.
Right, and then just use that interview. Oh, I mean, if the deposition didn't exist. That's what I was thinking when I was listening to the audio interview. Like, I was like, why didn't I think I might have even said this to you? Like, why didn't they have this man testify at the 3-day hearings?
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. They wouldn't have got him at trial, but they could have just had him. That's what I'm thinking Michael's meaning.
Yeah, but if they had him at the 3-day hearings, maybe they would. Who knows what a nexus is? So maybe that would have been the nexus. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I'm saying what
said,
Michael's saying, put him on the stand during the 3-day hearing and impeach him versus depose him.
Right.
Yeah, no, we're all saying the same thing. We're just saying it differently. And I'm telling chat, like, not for trial purposes, for the hearing purposes, to get third party in.
Right, because that had to happen before the trial.
I still think that's an issue because she lumped in so many damn motions for those 3 days that I think there's a part of me that just thinks that Baldwin and Rosie were like, fuck, like, we can't fight all these battles.
Well, she lumped it all in, and then she also like made it quite clear that they had a set amount of time on that day for that was it. Like, there was no coming back for another day if anything went over or anything like that. Like, she didn't say, how many days do you think it will take for you to put on something to show me that there's an nexus or whatever? Like, she was like, that's it. Oh, shit. Good thing I came downstairs. I didn't put the bar down on the slider.
It really is. One said this case is one disappointment after another.
For sure.
I couldn't agree more. And it's just, and it is interesting. I'm glad that we ended up doing it this way, Sleuthy, because I think that it's good to put them all together and just listen to the differences in what he actually said from one meeting to the next.
When we did it this way, it became quite clear
Crystal.
that he like changed. Because as I was listening to that audio, I was like, I feel like he was much more wishy-washy. I said at the beginning of this, I feel like he was much more wishy-washy in his deposition. It was way worse than wishy-washy. Way worse. In fact, he tried to come up with excuses for why he said literally everything that he said
Mm-hmm.
in the interview.
Okay. Somewhere I have Discord open and I don't know where, so I hear it beeping, and if it's annoying anybody, I don't know what to tell you because I don't know where the fuck it's at. Oh, hold on. It might be over here somewhere.
I can't hear it at all. But also, we told your kid 13 minutes ago you'd be out of here in 10.
Oh, okay. All right.
It is
All right,
way
everybody.
worse.
Yeah, if you guys have not watched Andrea Burkhart on Brother Counsel,
Oh, it was so good. It was so good. Just
was that
looking
just
at his
yesterday?
face. Oh my God. I watched it twice just so I could like pay better attention to his face because I was driving the first time.
Oh, his face is fucking hilarious. That was yesterday, though, right? It feels like it was so much longer
Sunday.
ago.
Oh
Yeah,
my
it
God.
was
Yeah,
just
yesterday's
yesterday.
Sunday. Ugh.
Yeah.
Well,
It was
technically
yesterday.
it's Tuesday today now.
Oh,
So.
no, good for you. Yeah, so it was just yesterday on Brother Counsel's channel. It was a great live, and just watch Brother Counsel's like facial expressions. It was fucking
Oh, it was
hilarious.
so good.
It was so good. It's Luthi. Thank you as always for coming up and helping go through all of this info, and all of you guys in chat. You guys are amazing. I've missed you over the holiday season. I hope every one of you had a great holiday, Christmas, whatever you celebrate. If you don't celebrate anything, I hope you had a great time anyway, no matter what. And I hope you had a great New Year's, and we are back in action. So I was planning a live tomorrow on the Tepe case out of Ohio. It might be during the day. It might be at night. I'm supposed to go hiking tomorrow. I don't know if I'm going to go.
Oh my God.
I've been hiking every Tuesday.
Oh my God. Good for you.
Yeah. I've been at the gym 5 to 6 days a week.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I know. It's like a whole
You're
new
better
me.
than me.
I had to change some shit because my mental health was taking a decline if I didn't fucking fix what was going on with me. So
You know what we should do? We should like schedule a time for walks and just talk and like walk for 30 minutes or whatever.
Yeah.
And that'll
Like
make it go
Michelle walks,
fast.
I love when she does that with her dogs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could do that.
So, yeah, no, I mean, like every night, what they're waiting for me is because I walk 3 miles a night. So
Impressive. I'm proud of you.
trying to be. I got rid of the Dr. Pepper. We're trying here. We're making an effort. It's only been
I'm not doing that. I'll walk
5
with you,
weeks.
but I'm keeping my Diet Dr. Pepper. Sorry.
You can have your Diet Dr. Pepper. I could go to diet too. I don't like Diet Dr. Pepper. I just went
You
with
said
water.
it's probably for the best, really.
And we just do a walk and talk. But yeah, I mean, so hopefully, so that's why I said yeah, I reversed everything, Labyrinth. Yeah, I just had to. I had to make a change. And I have felt so much better.
It's
So,
also not cold there. Like it's fucking cold here, man. Like
fucking cold. It's fucking cold for Southern California, and it's been raining.
is it
It's
9
been-
degrees?
Well, not cold like you're kind of cold. Look at you. You're like fucking Elsa out there.
Yeah, that doesn't
I
mean I
told
like
her
it.
at the beginning she needs to sing "Let It Go" for us.
And I told her that none of you would ever come back.
So, yeah. So right now, that's the plan. Is tomorrow to do something on the Tepe case. Anybody who is following that case, they just put out like a 30-second blip of some surveillance of a person of interest walking in the alley that night. So if you guys don't know what case I'm talking about, then just ignore me until we go live about it.
Yeah, I
'Cause I'll
don't.
throw
I don't
you
know
there.
anything about it.
Oh, it's such a good case. It's so crazy. That's the dentist. Yeah.
I mean, I've heard that, but that's
The dentist and
literally
the
all
wife.
that I know. Yep.
Oh, it's like a whodunit.
Huh.
So, but I think it's going to be solved pretty quickly. So, I mean, we may be live just when it gets solved. Who knows? But it's definitely somebody they know. I have a suspect of my own. But I won't tell you who it is because I want you guys to come up with your own suspect. But I did write it down so you guys will know that I really did have that suspect beforehand. if I'm right, then I don't know. I guess I get a pat on the back. So as always, thank you guys for hanging out here with us. I know you have 1,000 other places that you could spend your time, and yet you choose to spend your time here with us. And we love you for it, and we appreciate you. Go enjoy the rest of your Monday, or now early Tuesday. Or if you're across the pond, who the fuck knows what time it is over there? I don't do that math. But love you all. Thank you for hanging out with us. Sleuthy.
Love you. Bye.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no one knows. We're going Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown.